seated. We come to notices of motion. Does any member wish to give notice of motion? Yes, Honorable James.
Deputy Speaker, in the light of the World Fetal Syndrome tomorrow, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the causes and consequences of fetal alcohol syndrome and solutions thereto.
Thank you. Honorable Kubisa.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at the next sitting of this House, members deliberate on the serious consequences of proposed legislative amendments to restrict dual citizenship in South Africa. So move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the continued student demonstrations arising from institutions of higher education, especially University of Stellenbosch and Elsenburg Agricultural College's medium of instruction. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates South Africa's well-established infrastructure, creating a launching pad for the country and Africa to grow the economy of the continent.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move then its next sitting. The House debates the state of our country's deteriorating water infrastructure and the implications of this on the capacity of the state to deliver services and on our future water security. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the continued dominance of mineral energy complex on the economy and its impact on the ability of South Africa to achieve industrialization and economic growth. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice that I shall move on behalf of the IFP that this House at its next sitting debate the fact that an alarming number, almost 100,000 teenagers, fell pregnant in 2013. Some of these teenage pregnancies resulting from teachers impregnating their pupils, and what urgent measures should be put in place by government and other role players to urgently deal with this crisis. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member, I'll come to you.
Honourable Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the rampant underspending of 3.15 billion rand within the Department of Water and Sanitation and its effects on infrastructure projects.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the phenomenon of food wastage in South Africa as reported by the CEO of Pick n Pay, who argued that a third of all food produced in South Africa is wasted at a cost of 60 billion a year, equal to 2% of our gross domestic product. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Soma.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the alarming increasing rate of police killings in the line of duty by lawbreakers. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the Public Protector's report into allegations of maladministration and corruption into the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, called Derailed, as well as the PRASA Board's reaction to this report and solutions into this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Remember at the back.
Honorable, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House debate what program will be put in place to develop athletes from rural areas in preparation for upcoming 2022 Commonwealth Games in Durban. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, honourable member.
Thanks, Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC. In its next sitting, the House debates the need for the value chain for research and development in the mining sector to be strengthened in all of its links so that full economic benefit may be gained for the nation from the responsible discovery, extraction and processing of our mineral heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the role of South African Reserve Bank in dealing with the base erosion and capital flight.
Thank you. Honourable Mabaso.
I move, Deputy Speaker, that on behalf of the ANC, that in its next sitting, the House debates that cooperatives and small, medium, and micro enterprises, if well supported, are instruments of not only job creation, poverty reduction tools, but they are also appropriate for addressing inequalities.
Thank you. Yes, honourable member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates enforcement of tender regulations to ensure that government and state-owned entities comply with the required 75% local content on procured goods. I so move.
Yes, honourable member.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at the next sitting of this House, the members deliberate on the issue of the sorry state of South African national football and ways to improve standard of the management and performance of our national team. I so move.
Thank you, honourable member. Yes, honourable member.
I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates whether or not universities abuse their autonomous status to frustrate the transformation ideals of the country while they continue to happily receive state subsidies. I so move.
Members, we move to motions without notice. Oh, honourable member, I see you arrived late, honourable member. You must be on time next time.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at the next sitting of this Honourable House, the members deliberate on the issue of the unacceptable high rate of crime in South Africa, and in particular the extraordinary high per capita murder rate and its effect on our economy and tourism in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Filton.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. I move without notice on behalf of the UDM.
Honourable member, Hooker, let's stop first. Are we finished with notices? Let's get that clear first. Is that clear? Okay, proceed. That's a motion without notice. Eh?
Yes, it is.
Proceed in that.
I move without notice on behalf of the UDM that the House knows that 3 South African prominent boxers hailing from the Eastern Cape by the names of Kolisane, Nomeva, Dongeni, Zolani, last born, Tete, Kosinati, Mapere, Joy, scored resounding victories at the Orient Theatre in East London on Friday, the 4th of September. Further notes that their outstanding performances forced all their opponents down to the canvas before the scheduled duration of the fight. Acknowledges that 3 fighters were of international standard, featuring boxers from Mexico and Argentina. Congratulates the fighters for living up to expectations and placing the country back on the world map of boxing. I so move.
Honorable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion.
Chairperson, we congratulate, however, the EFF object the motion.
Yes, honorable member, motion rejected.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House acknowledges the outstanding achievement that is the Philippi Village Business Incubation Hub located in the central Cape Town suburb of Philippi, which was officially opened on Monday by the Premier of the Western Cape, Helen Ziller. Notes that Philippi Village came about through the inspired leadership and cooperation of the Bertha Centre, the Business Place Network, the Jobs Fund, the Industrial Development Corporation, the City of Cape Town, and Metropolitan Life. Further notes that through an investment of 95 million rand, the old cement works in Philippi has been converted into a state-of-the-art, world-class incubation hub, which aims to revitalize the local economy through the provision of excellent infrastructure for up to 100 small businesses and a safe, business-friendly environment. Looks forward to the establishment of the Philippi Library in the main ground floor space in the next few months, providing the local community with a place of learning and knowledge acquisition so vital for its youth to realize its true potential, and encourages the partners of this project to turn it into a benchmark that can be replicated countrywide and so make a real impact on small business and job creation in our country. I here move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, who object?
The EFF rejects. Yes, Honorable Marvin.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes progress made by government in adhering to the payment of service providers within 30 days, that national departments 100% and all 9 provincial treasuries 100% are committed to the monitoring processes institutionalized to track progress with the payment of suppliers and submit to National Treasury bi-monthly exception reports as required, that on average 70% of national government departments and 67% of provincial departments submitted their monthly reports for June on time, which is 7 days after the end of the month. This shows a significant decline of payment of service providers within the prescribed time. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, who object?
Motion is false. Yes, Honorable NFP member in the front.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this Honorable House notes that 2 men have been arrested near George on Sunday, the 6th of September, for drug possession, and also notes that 48,000 Mandrax tablets with a street value of 2.4 million was confiscated. Further notes that the 2 suspects, one from Centenarian and the other is from Guguletu in Cape Town. Finally notes that the Mandrax tablets were destined for distribution in the Western Cape. Wherefore, we call upon this Honourable House to express its appreciation for the swift action of the police who made the arrest after a tip-off, and encourage the South African police to step up its efforts to wipe out the scourge of drugs which are ravaging our country. I so move. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object, Deputy Speaker.
Motion falls away. Yes, Honorable Kubisa.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House knows that about 10 people were killed and 100 wounded on Thursday, the 3rd of September 2015, when a bomb went off near an army camp in Kerawa, a town in the far north region, where soldiers are battling Boko Haram fighters from Nigeria. And also knows that on the same day, a bomb went off in a market at Kerawa, with a provisional toll of 6 dead and 87 wounded. And finally knows that Boko Haram has stepped up attacks on the countries bordering its northern Nigerian stronghold, that is Chad, Niger, Cameroon, and after these countries took part in a regional offensive against it earlier this year. Wherefore, we call upon this Honorable House to express its condolences to the government of Cameroon on the loss of life of civilians in the ongoing terror against Boko Haram, and call upon the African Union to intervene and make all efforts possible to stop the violence against civilians at the hand of the Boko Haram. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, the EFF objects.
Motions falls away. Honorable member at the back, I'm coming to you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move without notice on behalf of United Democratic Movement that the House notes that a Bekesdal woman, Mamumlo Susan Lukowa, celebrated her 105th birthday on Saturday, the 5th September 2015. Further notes that Mamlukowa was born a first child of the 10 siblings, was honored by her family with a special celebration. Because she can't make it to church anymore, her church choir came to sing for her during her birthday celebration. Recognizes that Mamlukowa, born on the 5th of September 1910, she had 10 children of her own, but she outlived some of them, as well as a number of her siblings and even her grandchildren. Acknowledges Mamlukowa, whose message to others is, carry yourselves well, listen to others and have love. Ascribes her long life to the grace of God. We congratulate her for reaching a century alive and wishing all the best for years to come. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The Speaker will object.
EFF objects. Yes, honorable member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House congratulates South African 15th seed tennis player Kevin Anderson for beating British 3rd seed player Andy Murray at the US Open. Notes that the match was 4 hours and 18 minutes long, the longest match of the tournament so far. Acknowledge that this victory has led to the South African athlete's first major quarterfinal and wish Anderson luck for his next game.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
EFF objects.
Okay. Yes. Yes, honorable member at the back.
Ngiyabonga baba. Ndiphakama egameni le-EFF uba le ndlowiso mthetho iqaphele ukuba eMarikana kukho umhlolokazi owalimalela emgodini weLonmin ngonyaka ka-2009 elinyazwa nguMakalanyana. Uphinde uqaphele uba lo mama akakwazi kuzenzela kwanto, uhamba nge-wheelchair ubomi bakhe bonke kwaye uhlala ebhedini imini ezi ukususela oko wenzakala. Akukho ncedo okanye imbuyekezo awakhe wayifumana kumgodi waseLonmin kususela oko walimala elimalela emsebenzini phofu. Ivume uba le meko yalo mama ibeka ikamva labo bonke abaxhomekeke kuye emngciphekweni. Kungoku nje intombi yakhe ipase imatriki ayikwazi kuqhubekeka phambili nemfundo. Nezithembiso ezenziwa nguLonmin zokumfundisela abantwana zaphelela emoyeni okwezithukuthuku zenja. Ibuye ivume kwakhona ukuba uLonmin lo yinkampani apha enobutsili obundeleyo nobuqhophololo. Lo mama uhlala endlwini evuza amanzi umhla kunethayo. Wabe wayethenjisiwe nguLonmin uba uza kumakhela indlu emveni kokulimala kwakhe. Ngexesha loqhankqalazo lonyaka ophelileyo lwenyanga ezintlanu lo mama zange athole nesenti emvuzweni wakhe. Bambandakanya neso strike eso kodwa wayengekho beyazi imeko yakhe elele embhedini. Sicela le ndlu nomphathiswa wezabasebenzi nezimbiwa ukuba bakhe babhinqele phezulu bancede lo mama kunye nabo bonke abanye abasebenzi abafana naye abaphethwe okwezilwanyana ngabaqeshi babo. Ndiyabonga.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Agreed to. Yes, honorable member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with concern that 40% of school children in Mpumalanga are forced to attend school without access to basic services such as water and sanitation. Also notes that during the MEC of Education's budget speech earlier this year, she promised that this current financial year would see 178 schools benefiting from the eradication of basic services backlog, with her department setting aside 241 million to achieve this. Also notes that initially it seemed like the MEC was serious about eradicating this problem. But to date, of the 178 projects, 162 should have commenced in January 2015 to be completed by December 2015. Further notes that the remaining 16 projects were to begin in the new financial year, starting on 5 April 2015, acknowledges that a SNAP survey undertaken by the DA confirmed that although these schools have been waiting for the department to start with the projects, up to date nothing has been done. Further acknowledges that learning conditions of learners in Mpumalanga are stark, in contrast to DA schools in the Western Cape, where 100% of all schools listed in the NEMIS database have access to adequate sanitation. Also acknowledges that the DA believes in constant innovation when it comes to improving education systems, which includes the maintenance of good physical infrastructure at schools, as this enhances access to quality education, whilst inadequate and poorly maintained infrastructure compromises learners. Calls on the MEC of Education to prioritize education and service delivery as a matter of urgency to ensure learners have proper learning environment to ensure successes in the classroom.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
EFF object.
Motion falls away. Yes, Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes the courageous decision by AMCU not to sign the so-called 10-point plan intervention in the mining sector to prevent job losses. Commend AMCU for being a union instead of one of those investment companies in pretense of a union that signs plans which are nothing but a clear political rhetoric by a party more concerned about elections than job creation. Recognize a sign of arrogance and disrespect by the Minister of Mineral Resources, Chamber of Mines and NUM, which invest many of these mining companies to simply expect workers to roll over every time the sector is in trouble to save profit. But when the sector is doing well, wages do not reflect such growth. We call on the Minister of Mineral Resources to come up with a 10-point plan to stop operations of all multinational companies that continue to operate illegally as they fail to meet the mining charter equity, procurement, social and labour plan targets. Call on the Minister of Mineral Resources to come up with a 10-point plan to increase the minimum wage to 12,500 Rand per month. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. ANC objects.
Motion falls away. Yes, Honorable Member.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes the reinstatement of contract between Eskom and Glencore subsidiary, Optimum Coal, to supply Eskom's Centenarian power plant. Note that Glencore attempted to extort money from Eskom when they wanted to force Eskom to change their current contract agreement, of which they currently supply coal at 150 Rand per ton to a new price of 500 Rand per ton. Commend the acting CEO, Mr. Brian Molife, for not falling into a trap. Glencore claims about unprofitability production and raised the money because now Eskom has received new budget. Call on acting CEO to recover the 2 billion penalty fines from Glencore as soon as possible. Also look at the quality of coal from Exxaro, BHP Billiton and Anglo-American. Recognize that the majority of mining companies, especially subsidiary companies of multinational companies and their PE partners, like the Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa's company Shanduga, charge Eskom exorbitant amounts of poor quality coal. Call on the acting CEO to charge all Eskom, to take all Eskom activities away from the war room led by the Deputy President to rebuild Eskom operations without political interference. Further, call on the acting CEO to expand and intensify procurement of coal from the state-owned mining companies. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The NFP objects, Deputy Speaker.
Motion fall away. Yes, Honourable Member.
And the Guribu Mutusa Tipikara. Ndoimera EFF and the Kotakua, Wosinandi Bazo or Rinduhei, Idibenga Chitereke, Gay Ka community of Vuani, Ine Onamas Paramusono Kutumiwa, Bazrapa Vuani, Abakotandra and Aurba Werekawo, Sunabako Umberori, Municipal Demarcation Board Ori, Ava Vaneva Itamikano Maspara, Vahumise, tsheo yavho na zwa uri tshi tshiṱereke u bva tshi tsha thoma matshudeni vha na masikola vha khou ya zwikoloni matshudeni vha maṱiriki a vha khou ṅwana milingo iḽa ya triala u fana na vhaṅwe vho minista vho no langula masipala cocta vho ya vha ṱangana na vhadzulapo mara vho kundelwa u fhelisa thaidzo iyi zwino ra ri khou ri vhadzulapo vha vuwani vha khou humbela uri vhone khumbelo yavho i tendeliwe hu itela nga maanḓa matshudeni uri vha kone u ya zwikoloni vha yo ṅwala milingo ngori milingo ya maṱiriki i tsini zwino a vha koni u ya milingoni nga nṱhani ha tshiṱereke hetshi zwino muhasho futhi u khou humbelela uri u dzhenelele nga maanḓesa uri hei thaidzo i tandululiwe uri vha municipal demarcation board vha imise tsheo iyo ndi khou dzinginya.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Objects.
Motion falls away. Yes, honorable member at the back.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House notes that on Saturday, the 5th of September 2015, the lightweight women's double crew of Cobra and McCann finished third at the World Rowing Championship in France, and acknowledging that the South African women crew has improved on their performance at the 2014 championships, where they finished in the 4th place. We therefore call upon this House to congratulate Cobra and McCann on winning the bronze medal and encourage them to train hard and continue their steady improvement for the World Rowing Championships next year. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object.
Motion falls away. Yes, Honorable Mbata.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House notes that 2 female students who were doing their 2nd year in logistic management at the Vaal University of Technology were found dead in their flat on Sunday morning. They had both been shot and put into their sleeps as if they were alive and still sleeping, and the killers or the killer is still at large. Further note that in the past 5 years, the university has been plugged into several gruesome murders of students, most of which have never been resolved. Acknowledges that last year, a female student was shot dead in front of the residence not too far from where the 2 students were murdered. Further acknowledges that the Vaal University of Technology, SRC, has held meetings with university management, the local police, and the representatives of the local mayor in May this year to address the issues of security, but no one has done anything ever since. Calls on the University Council, the Department of Higher Education and Training, to censor the university management on its cold-hearted monster behavior for keeping the deaths of these young students a secret. Further acknowledges that the Sedibeng police has a history of sweeping murders under the carpet. The cold-blooded murder last year of fighter Victor Lerado went without proper investigation. Until this day, his killers or his killer is still at large. Calls for the immediate deployment of Sedibeng SAPs to all known hotspots at the university, and call on the university management to review the current security contract as it does not protect the students. Further calls on the VUT management and SAPs and the mayor's office to be held responsible for these matters, since they did not do anything after their meetings in May. Send our condolences to the families of the 2 lady girls or students, their friends and classmates. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, from them we cannot take anything.
Motion falls away. Yes, honorable member?
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker,
Yes, honorable member?
we cannot be addressed by this member as from them. It is unparliamentary. This honorable member must refrain from that language, and I suggest he withdraw.
Take your seat, honorable member. That's all right, honorable member. Yes, honorable member?
Ndolivuwa dzomo la nndu ndo imela dzangano la vhathu dzangano la ANC ndi dzinginya uri nndu ya buthano la lushaka I ḓivhe uri tsho thoma kha mutangano wa ḽavhuraru lino la
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
dza September.
And she's in the middle of finishing
Point
her
of order,
stuff.
Deputy Speaker.
Can you allow her? I'll give you a chance.
No. Deputy Speaker. The
I'll give
honorable
you a chance,
member.
honorable member.
No, the honorable member was out of order, and we requested you to call him into order, and we are not doing that.
Who? Nne.
I will do it, honorable member. Give me a chance.
Yeah, but every time when it's our own things, you look like you take long, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Unreasonably long. Whereas on the other side of the mountain, you decide on the spot. Can you please preside fairly? Can you call that member into order?
Yeah, take your seat, honorable member.
I
please.
will, once you do it.
Honorable member, I request that you comply with my request to
Yeah.
take down. The rules allows the presiding officer to rule immediately or subsequently at the appropriate time. You know that. Proceed, honorable member.
Ndi ḓo tou dovha ndo livhuwa ndo imela dzangano la vhathu dzangano la ANC ndi dzinginya uri nndu ya buthano la lushaka I ḓivhe uri tsho thoma kha mutangano wa ḽavhuraru lino la dzi 2 dza September 2015 madzangano a zwa polotiki oṱhe a vha hone mutanganoni o sumbedzisa u takalela u tikedza na u shela mulenzhe zwavhuḓi ḽo lala kha muvhigo wa vho minista wa tshipholisa muhulwane Vho Nhleko malugana na plani ya dzi recommendations dza commission ya Falamu tsha vhuvhili nahone nndu kha I ḓivhe uri na murumba wo no thoma kale u ṱambela zwanḓa malugana na dzi recommendation idzo tsha vhuraru nahone nndu kha zwi vhone uri muvhuso wa ANC u khou isa lushaka ho teaho nangwe naho zwi songo leluwa hu na mamila nowa a hanaho ngoho na u hana u vhona nga ito la tshaula a vhona nga ito la monde mishumo mivhuya ine muvhuso wa ANC wa khou itela lushaka ndi dzinginya zwe nda amba afho nṱha ndo livhuwa ḽi vhe ḓuvha ende ni songo object ni songo vhuya na
If there are no
object
objections, put the motion.
I remember EFF ri khou hana hoyo mudzingi
Motion
o songo
falls away.
tendeliwa.
The motion falls away. Honorable members, just to say that the point of order that was raised earlier on, as far as I'm concerned, is not a point of order. Yes, go ahead, honorable member. It's not parliamentary. It's not unparliamentary at all.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House note the alarming numbers of schoolgirls dropping out of schools, some as young as 13 years old, due to teen pregnancy. Note that majority of the reported schoolgirls' pregnancy has tripled in the last 3 years, and it is the main cause of dropout amongst girl learners. Acknowledge that a decade of spending on sex education in schools has been a waste of resources. Further note that in some instances, it's teachers who are impregnating these girls. Note that most of these girls are getting pregnant because there is no proper parental guidance on matters of sex education.
because most black parents are spending the bulk of their time traveling to places of work that are far removed from their places of residence. Further notes that some black parents, as a result of economic apartheid, spend their time looking after the children of white people and have no time to look after their own children because of lack of economic opportunities. Calls on the Minister of Health and the Minister of Basic Education to join forces in search of more proactive and outcome-driven sex education programs in our schools, in particular rural and township schools. Call for dismissal of all teachers found to have impregnated learners, charge them with statutory rape, and must never allowed to work in school or with children. Further calls on the DA to talk to their mainly white constituency to have flexible working hours for their domestic workers so that they can have time to look after their own children. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, when the EFF do that for their domestic workers at Acacia Park, we'll follow suit. We object.
Motion falls away. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm glad Honorable Oliphant is in the House today. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House note the arrogance of mining houses that continue to exploit our minerals, resources, transfer profits to tax havens abroad, and yet exploit their workers and leave the communities from which they mine in despicable conditions. Further note that Kumba Iron Ore Session unfairly dismissed 120 employees in October 2012. Notes that these employees were amongst those who were involved in a march demanding a living wage. Further note that these workers are still battling with the employer to reinstate them or compensate them accordingly. This is despite them having voted for government that claims to care for them. Further notes that the useless National Union of Mine Workers have chosen to abandon the struggle of mine workers and chose to join forces with the employer. Further note that the case of these mine workers has been postponed till December 2016, whilst their families continue to go to bed hungry. Note that the arrogance of mining houses in the Northern Cape province continue to escalate due to the corrupt relationship between the ANC in the Northern Cape and the mining houses. We call on government to rescue poor workers who work long hours and yet paid peanuts, whilst the elite and those in power continue to dine and wine with the mining bosses. We further call on government to investigate the cases of these unfair dismissals at Kumba Iron Ore Session and take action. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, the NFP opposes this. To anybody who doesn't know the difference between a member statement and a motion without notice. Thank you.
Motion falls away, Honourable Member.
On a point of order,
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, the EFF is grounded and the EFF is from constituencies. They raise issues from constituencies. So if the NFP does not have constituencies, it's not our problem.
Honourable Mokause, that's not a point of order. That's expressing your political view. Please do not do that again. I request you to obey the rules as is appropriate. I hope you do not do that again. Honourable Member.
Chair, the African National Congress want to move the motion without notice, that they note with the sadness the death of the ANC activist community leader and the stalwart of the movement, Mamfrori Tanyan, on Monday, the 31st of August 2015, at the age of 90. We further note that Mamfrori led the campaign for the better housing, health and living condition in the Western Township until until she relocated to Westburg, where she resided until the passing. We recall she joins and initiated a range of projects and organizations in the area of driven by a deeply commitment to the welfare of those that less unfortunate, as well as her concern for the consequences of the injustice. He further recalls the same of the project she was involved with, where he responds to the immediate basic needs and crisis situation. Others were attempt to finding long-term solution to the challenge faced by the community. He raises her departure in a loss to those that less fortunate, especially in the West Bank, and conveying the condolences to the family. We want to condemn to the family of Mamfrole Daniel.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Condolences, and we object.
Motions falls away. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows with deep sadness of the passing of the former Cape Agara's Assistant Editor Joseph Ence on Thursday, the 3rd September 2015, at his home in Lansdowne after suffering a heart attack. Recalls that Ence started his career at the Cape Agas as an intern in 1992, where he rose through the ranks to assistant news editor in 1999. Further recalls that he was appointed news editor in 2000 and later promoted to assistant editor of politics in 2003. Remembers that Ence was born and raised in Port Hill after completing his matric. He passed 2 years in Germany, where he was involved in anti-apartheid movement and joined the ANC. Further remembers that he gained experience in mobilizing mass action and on his return joined the Bond Health Civic Association after established the Bond Health Advice Office. Records that Ence was also involved in establishing the United Democratic Front and was its treasurer in Western Cape. Was also responsible for community self-defense structures like Bonded Military Wing and had his own cell within Umkhonto weSizwe. Further records that during 1986 he was detained twice, first at Victor Forster and later in solitary confinement at the Sea Point Police Station. Believes that he was made his mark and contributed to the struggle against apartheid and the exploitation of black people, as well as bringing a better life for all South Africans. And we conveyed its, ANC conveyed its condolences to his wife, Kathy, daughter, Tandy, and Grant Growl, and his siblings. I thank you.
There are no objections. I put the motion.
We object our condolences, but this
Motion
glaring
falls away.
opportunism.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the African National Congress welcomes the unveiling of a very important and historic monument at the Bakoni Tribal Offices on the 31st August 2015 at Ramatlala in Limpopo. The monument is in honor of Chief Makwena Matlala, who was the first woman to be banished by the apartheid regime because of a fierce opposition to its repressive policies on land distribution by tribal authorities. Noting that Khoshigadi Makwena Matlala was stripped of a traditional title and banished to Atteridgeville, and then later to King Williamstown in the Eastern Cape. A banishment was withdrawn in 1966, and she, together with her son, then returned back home. We applaud the government for finally acknowledging the role of Khoshigadi Makwena Matlala played in the struggle against apartheid. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, Raga nature, ANC opportunistic.
Yes, Honourable Member. Honourable members, The next item on the order paper is member statements. ANC.
ANC welcome new ANC Youth League leadership. The African National Congress commends and congratulates the ANC Youth League for a successful conference held at Akalaka Estate in Midrand on 4 to 6 September 2015. With the assistance of the National Task Team, we are confident that they have emerged more determined and ready to mobilize and work with the ANC to ensure victory at the polls next year. The 25th ANC Youth League National Conference has silenced critics who believed that it would never be a success when more than 3,000 delegates converged in Midrand for the conference. The ANC will rally behind their programs, especially on their commitment to rebuild the Youth League. We believe strongly that there will be no anarchy in the newly constituted African National Congress Youth League. Unlike its predecessor, we call on the newly elected leadership to waste no time in mobilizing South African youth and society broadly for a major push towards the upliftment and empowerment of young people. The National Executive Committee of the League was elected unopposed on Saturday evening, and the conference was concluded successfully on Sunday. I thank you.
Yeah.
Order, Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
I think that member statement is wrong. She was supposed to say she is congratulating the Premier League, Titi Mabuza, Esma Khashule, and Supra.
DA.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The latest embarrassment to plague the Ekurhuleni Metro is a High Court ruling where the purported extension of the contract of the municipal manager, Mr. Kaya Ngema, was declared illegal and in contravention of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. Questions remain unanswered by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, as well as the AG, as to why the 119 million irregular expenditure Mr. Ngema disclosed through the audited financial statements is in fact 700 million rand less than the amount he had disclosed to National Treasury. In addition, National Treasury's letter to Mr. Ngema on the 12th of September 2012 rejected the grounds he used to delegate his powers to approve tenders of 10 million rand and above to the Bid Adjudication Committee, which contravened both the Municipal Financial Management Act and the Constitution, and resulted in 7.2 billion rand in irregular expenditure. The AG's office needs to explain how Ekurhuleni managed to receive a clean audit against the 7.2 billion irregular expenditure and with the hidden 700 million. President Zuma got it right for once when he stated that Ekurhuleni was the most corrupt metro in Gauteng. The residents of Ekurhuleni deserve much better than the current ANC corrupt, riddled administration. They deserve a corrupt-free metro whose main focus is service delivery. They can get this next year when they vote the DA into power. Thank you.
EFF.
Ngizokutshela Masuku. Ngibonge sihlalo lapho ngaphambili. CEFF asithandi ukubona abantu base South Africa behlukunyezwa kangaka. Ngempela sesifanele sitshelwe ukuthi yini lenkulu kangaka abazondelwa yona la eSouth Africa. Ngisho indlela abaphiliswa ngayo imbi ayibekezeleleki. Kuyimanje lapha yaku Ward 77 eMlazi, HK nakwa M. Abantu babhidlizelwa izindlu ngo 2014 last year. Lezi zindlu kuyimanje njengoba ngikhuluma nawe azikakakhiwa, abantu baqashile, impahla zabo ziyanetha eminyango. Kanjalo futhi umasipala weTheku kunjalo lowo. Le ndaba ifinance nalapha eNanda Newtown
lapho ku-section kwa-A 1090 umndeni wakaqwabe kafanisa wadilikelwa imuzi ngeyikhathi ze-disaster keyikhukhula ngo-2007 November. Lo muzi lo uphelile indaba yawo nanku speaker. Bengakhuluma nje into abayithandayo. Lo mndeni uhlala kabuhlungu emnyango. Abanazindlu kuyimanje awukakalungiswa. Umbuzo wami uthi umasipala kanti usebenzela banjani? Abatwana, omama, ogogo, akho ngisho toilet. Ngicela ubuke kahle speaker ngikhuluma nawe ubayeke laba ngoba ababanandaba nabantu bala eSouth Africa. Bayicabangela bona nabangani babo nezihlobo. Kwakhela abantu bakamasipala imizi. Abantu abahlupheka abakhelwa. Bengicela bathule nya balalele thina njenge-EFF. Sikhathele, we are sick and tired.
ANC.
Thank you very Deputy Speaker, on Monday, 1st September 2015, the Minister of Mineral Resource announced a common stakeholder plan to save jobs in mining sector. The job losses in mining, in turn, have a huge impact on other sectors. They threaten thousands more jobs and the livelihoods of our people across the country. The causes of present weakness in mineral commodity prices are international in scope. The fact is that South Africa is a price taker when it comes to the revenues that are earned from the raw material exports. In the immediate term, the responsibilities for all the stakeholders to save jobs where possible. Improve efficiency and productivity is imperative to delay and even avoid retrenchments. Innovative schemes are needed to employ mine workers and former mine workers in the huge task of cleaning up the environment, where the careless practices on mining companies in the past have caused pollution and made some areas unsafe for human habitation. The resources that mines have saved for their social and labor plan are also need to be drawn up to provide skills training and create alternative jobs for mine workers. In the longer term, there should also be investment, promotion, and market development to deal with the changed international demand patterns for mine commodities. This includes support for exploration to discover new mineral deposits for sustainable mine operation. There is a need for joint promotional activities,
Your time has
innovation.
expired, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much.
IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Our Constitution affords everyone the right to education. Unfortunately, this right has not been extended to some 500,000 children with disabilities who are excluded from our education system on a daily basis. These are the damning findings of Human Rights Watch, published in the report titled Complicit in Exclusion. The IFP has raised this matter in this House on numerous occasions. Various NGOs too have highlighted the severe challenges faced by many children with disabilities, especially those in rural areas. But the findings are sobering, considering that South Africa was one of the first countries to ratify the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which requires this government to promote an inclusive education system. Sadly, the very opposite has come to pass. When children with disabilities are able to enter into a mainstream school, they often end up dropping out because teachers do not have the necessary skills to teach them. And in the case of special schools, access to these special schools are often limited. We need to ask our government today to take responsibility and admit that it is not providing education to all of its children. In fact, no schooling at all for many children with disabilities. We also appeal for answers today as to how it will ensure, going forward, that the implementation of its policy on inclusive education will afford all children a quality education.
UDM.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. According to the 2014 statistics, South Africa Quarterly Labour Survey, for the unemployment rate amongst men with tertiary qualification ranged from 1.9 to 11%, whilst amongst women the same qualification ranged from 2.5 to 16.1%. Looking at Tembinkosi Pakati, a 22-year-old public relations graduate from Durban University of Technology, standing at the corner of Rivonia Road and Santon Drive, begging for nothing else but a job. so that amongst others he can be able to pay back the NEFSA's debt. On the other side of the road, the Grandstand Drive, stands a 25-year-old qualified electrical engineer, Tankiso Motawung, joining in what can be called graduate street marketing for no less than 8 hours with a placard begging for a job. In the midst of all these painful sights, a daily media reports about many in both public and private sector in positions of employment with either no qualification or fraudulently claimed qualification. The scourge of fake qualifications in the labor market may outnumber the number of qualified graduates looking for employment. There is an urgent need for decisive intervention with drastic actions in defense of the poor, unemployed, young and old qualifying citizens, the economy of our country, and indeed in order to ensure effective and efficient delivery of services to the people. Amongst others, this needs to be declared a national crisis so that urgent, practical and lasting solutions can be found.
Honorable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
ANC.
Deputy Speaker, the Institute for Security Studies recently announced that South Africa does not face a crisis despite our high crime, unemployment and inequality. However, they warn that the margin for error is thin, but there is reason to be optimistic. We all know that we are experiencing turbulence, like many other parts of the world. But Yaki Salier of the Institute concluded, and I quote, "A perennial sense of crisis in the media is not supported by a deeper analysis of the structural conditions of South Africa," close quote. It appears from the study that our growth prospects are healthy. In the next 5 to 10 years, it may be uncomfortable. But in the longer term, South Africa is, according to them, in a sweet spot for growth due to the ANC government's investments over the past 20 years in the provision of water, sanitation, quality healthcare, and education. That is what Yaki Salier is telling us, not me. With our advanced infrastructure in comparison to many other regions and the growing opening of new markets in Africa, the future is not so bleak. Many want us to believe, and that includes the Democratic Alliance.
APC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The village of Huntington in Bushbuckridge borders the Kruger National Park and has been in existence for over 40 years. It is the only village in Bushbuckridge that has been in existence for that long that does not have a high school. The villagers have since 2012 tried to follow all the prescribed procedures to ensure that they have a high school, to date without success. 3 sponsors, Sabisend, Africa Foundation, Funari Shaka Trust, have come forward pledging to build the school on behalf of the village in case or only if the provincial department allows them to do so or registers the school. But to date, by last week Friday, the sponsors were threatening to pull out because so far the only thing that is missing is the signature of the MEC, who on many occasions have always found reason not to put pen on paper. As the APC, we want to urge the national minister to intervene to ensure that that village, like all other villages, have a high school.
Your time has expired, Honorable Member. ANC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, several campuses experienced student unrest recently owing to frustrations with lack of transformation of the institutional culture of these institutions. As the ANC, we hope that in view of the coming exams, our campuses will soon settle down to create an environment conducive to teaching and studying. Some of the most violent incidents occurred here in the Western Cape at the Elsenburg Agricultural College, which is not part of the University of Stellenbosch, but a provincial agricultural college under the control of the Western Cape provincial government. The deafening silence from the DA leadership about the Elsenburg crisis was remarkable. This illustrates their serious policy confusion. They are caught between two fronts. On the one hand, the Freedom Front and its twin brother, AfriForum, which is waiting to erode the DA's traditional support base. And on the other hand, the EFF, with whom they compete to gain a footprint in a populist market segment. So voila, they opted for remote control, asking the courts to intervene to stop the unrest. Whatever their political agenda and fears that they may lose votes in next year's election, Elsenburg for now remains the responsibility of the DA provincial government. The DA cannot cede their governance responsibility to
Your
lawyers
time
and
has
judges
expired,
when the
Honourable
going
Member.
gets tough.
DA.
Thank you.
DA?
Last week, Monday, CDB Water disconnected the entire Machabeng local municipality pipe water supply due to continuous non-payment by the municipality for the bulk water supply. What is more shocking is that Machabeng spokesperson, Khojane Matule, he said that the residents of Machabeng will have to do with 20% of usual water supply, and that if they don't pay their water accounts, the municipality will intensify the water restrictions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this is an evidence of uncaring, arrogant attitude of the ANC government. It is disgusting that the Machabeng wants the residents to pay their water accounts, but the municipality doesn't pay CDB water. It is estimated that Machabeng owes CDB water almost 950 million and more than 1.7 billion to the creditors. Service delivery is almost non-existent, poor, and uncountable governance is rampant. The state of economy in Machabeng is in crisis, and business are closing doors at an unprecedented rate. Machabeng serves as a perfect example of how the ANC can govern a municipality into the ground. Since its formation, Machabeng has not obtained even a single clean audit. It started off with the qualified audit report, and for more than a decade, it has only managed to regress annually to disclaimer with adverse finding. Access to clean water and reliable water supply is a basic human right, and Machabeng is failing this constitutional mandate. The task team led by Finance MEC Mayor Rockman and Kwakta MEC
Honourable
Mlamleni,
Member, your
it is
time
nowhere
has
to be
expired.
found.
ANC?
The ANC, this is the story to tell now.
Honourable Mobi, just hold on. Honourable Madisha, are you drawing attention to us? Honourable Madisha, there's an order that I follow, sir. You have to do that to the people who program, not to me. I'm afraid, go there, sir, not in the House. Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The National Youth Development Agency is the only public entity focused solely on youth development. It struggled with institutional issues and interference from unruly individuals who infiltrated the agency to promote their own selfish interests. The same individuals who now occupy the ranks of the economic freedom fighters after being expelled from the African National Congress. Now the NYDA stands tall as a government agency who has achieved its first ever clean audit opinion from the Auditor General of South Africa, a rock-solid sign by the most independent of parties of its strong governance structures. It has achieved 100% of its service delivery KPIs and assisted more than 1.2 million young people in the past financial year. The doomsayer said that the NYDA would never be in a position to reduce its salary bill.
Point of order.
Point of
Honourable
order,
Member.
Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order?
A member cannot rise in this house and mislead us. We all know, the country knows that there is
Honourable
nothing good about the ANC government. The member cannot mislead us and say the NYDA has
Honourable
assisted
Member, you
young
are
people
out of order. Can you
100%.
take your
There
seat,
is
please?
nothing good in the ANC.
You are out of order. Go ahead, Honourable Member. Honourable
The
Member's
doomsayer
order.
said that
Give a member
the
chance.
NYDA would never be in a position to reduce its salary bill. Where are those people who now when the NYDA has led the way in restructuring its operations and will save 37 million in salary costs
to be redirected towards youth development? Where are those who proclaimed ruin as a result of the loan book of the NYDA, to which it has now implemented successful collection measures? Honorable Chair, the NYDA is a youth development
Honorable
agency.
Member, your time has expired. PAC. PAC.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The PAC would like to express its celebration for September 11, 1961, which was the founding of the modern armed struggle in this country. This day represents the founding of Boko, which is the then Azanian People's Liberation Army, after the wars of resistance that were led by kings of African empires. On the 11th April 1961, the PAC was the first party to move from protest to defiance and from defiance to armed struggle. The armed struggle, in conjunction with the aggressive diplomatic work, brought democracy to this country. The PAC gets stunned when theorists like those that are talking now talk about the miracle of this democracy, that the democracy came from nowhere but from thin air. We would like to correct that this democracy was hard fought for, therefore remains very precious to us. Thus, as the PAC, we remain embarrassed on behalf of this nation that those people who fought for this democracy are still languishing in jails. They are not free, just as the whole nation remains unfree. They are still held for apartheid crimes. No one in this house of sober mind will accept that the dictates of the apartheid value system can remain the barometer of the release of or non-release of APLA soldiers. That remains prisoners of war.
Honorable Member,
To
your
us, it
time
means
has
the war is not over. Thank you.
ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The month of September is celebrated in South Africa as the Tourism and Heritage Month. On the 27th of September, we are celebrating under the auspices of the United Nations on Tourism Organization, the Tourism Day. The UNWTO theme for this year is 1 billion tourists, 1 billion opportunities. At the official launch of Tourism Month, the Minister unveiled a new domestic tourism marketing campaign. 1 million new experiences are a shot left away. The theme is meant to highlight the economic impact of each tourist and how domestic tourism contributes to sustainable livelihood of South Africa. The current trend in the global tourism is that tourists want to engage with the communities they are visiting. The new trend presents countless opportunities that should be explored during the month of tourism. The basic benefits of heritage tourism lies in the collaboration of tourist industry with local cultural organization and the general public to develop sustainable heritage tourism economies. This has a potential to create new business opportunities, jobs, and strengthen local economies. It also protects natural and cultural resources, which improves the quality of life for residents and travelers who participate in these tourist attractions. South Africa will celebrate World Tourism Day on the 27th of September in Limpopo, which is the home of the Mapungubwe World Heritage Site, South Africa's first city of gold.
Honorable Member, your time has expired. DA.
Deputy Speaker, the final report on the South Africa's fulfillment of the MDG goals was scheduled to be published in September 2015 for presentation to the UN General Assembly at its sitting to be held between the 25th and the 27th of September 2015. However, the International Relations and Cooperation Portfolio Committee was informed by the department's DG 2 weeks ago that the report is not yet finalized. Stats South Africa was tasked with the compilation. Given that the General Assembly is imminent and that Parliament goes into recess on the 14th of September, it is outrageous that this report is not yet finalized and has not yet come before Parliament for discussion. Such tardiness on the part of the lead ministry international relations and cooperation is unacceptable and hampers Parliament's oversight role. The DA hereby calls on the Leader of Government Business, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Mbete, to ensure that the practice of presenting country reports to international bodies before they are tabled in Parliament is stopped, and that the oversight role of this august House and its committees is respected.
Thank you, ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In Limpopo, in Limpopo, Bembe Region, Tulamela Municipality, Ward 29 of Councillor Nematenda. Early this year, during implementation of the Parliamentary Constituency Program, the PCO management visited Kuve Primary School. The school management indicated a serious need to have reconstruction of a block of dilapidated classrooms with big cracks. We actually saw this. The women of Kuve village also showed concerns. The then acting MEC of Education, Honorable Jerindo, was very concerned and indicated that this need will be given an immediate attention. Today, as we are seated here, Murumba Kotambela Chanda at Kuve Primary School. Building contractors are on site, busy with a foundation of a block of 10 classrooms, a block of administration, renovation of a classroom, and also a mobile library is being assembled on site. Nangwe naho vasafuni. That is ANC leading and implementing clauses of the Freedom Charter. You can ask yourselves why. Because ANC is a big church and all churches belong to the kingdom of God. Amen.
That concludes member statements. Let's get ministerial responses. Any ministerial responses? Honorable Nzimande.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just to briefly respond to two members. The one member was talking about qualifications. As the Deputy President clarified this matter in the NCOP last week, as government, we are very determined to clamp on fake qualifications, as well as name and shame those who claim qualifications they do not have. Honorable Killian, we are very concerned about acts of violence and vandalism in our campuses. We've instructed management of our institutions not to tolerate this at all and to be very firm and work very closely with law enforcement agencies. We also hope that in dealing with all these issues that are being raised in regard to universities, the summit that I'm convening on the 15th of October this year will put on the table all issues relating to transformation, including indicators and concrete steps that will be taken. And we hope all stakeholders will reach some consensus. I'm not surprised about the DA, Deputy Speaker, because when it comes to university issues, they tend to speak from both sides of their mouth. Thank you very much.
Honorable Oliphant, Deputy Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. We want to thank Honorable Picanini for raising this important matter relating to mining and the fall of commodity prices. During this time, all resource-based countries are going through a difficulty. We just returned from Australia in the last few days, and in the mining sector, there are 20,000 jobs under threat. In Canada, 19,700 jobs are under threat. In the United States, In April alone, they lost 15,000 jobs. In South Africa, when the stakeholders came together, 11,000 jobs were under threat. And I think it's important that we commend the Minister of Mineral Resources, Advocate Ramatlodi, for his leadership in this matter, and also the stakeholders of MIGDET, which is the Mining Industry Growth, Development and Employment Task Team, for their leadership in engaging in this matter. Last week, honorable members would recall that the stakeholders from the mining industry, government, and the unions signed a declaration to try and save jobs and to intervene in the mining sector. AMCU, which did not sign at that stage, wanted to consult with their principals, and we respect that. We would urge that they also come back to sign the declaration. MIGDET was formed precisely for the purpose of saving jobs. We have done that in 2008 successfully, and we also want to bring this matter of environmental rehabilitation to the fore, because alone, if we do concurrent rehabilitation, we are able to correct the environment and create a lot of jobs. So thank you very much for raising this matter, but I think that we have taken the leadership.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order?
The Deputy Minister must not mislead us.
No.
There are many job losses in the mining sector.
Honorable member.
He
you
stands
are
here
out of
and
order.
grandstands.
Honorable member.
The Deputy Minister must stop
Honorable
that.
member. Honorable member. This is the third time you do this. You are abusing the rules, honorable member, and I'm not going to repeat this statement again. Honorable Deputy Minister, your time is unfortunately over, sir. Honorable Pando.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I wanted to assure the honourable member of the IFP that the Minister of Basic Education and her department are committed to implementing the inclusive education policy and have made, I think, progress, particularly in terms of the ASIDI schools and their new build infrastructure. In that, attention has been given to the needs of children with disabilities. However, I would agree with her that much more work needs to be done. I'm not sure that I would support the figures of Human Rights Watch, but clearly there's a challenge and it must be addressed. But I think more particularly, we also need to work in our communities, because I'm aware many parents prefer to keep children who have disabilities at home and do not allow them to access education, and so don't take up the opportunities of the children enjoying the right to education. I believe as we expand implementation of the inclusive education policy, we would address a diverse range of areas, because the nature of the disabilities are so diverse that you are not immediately responsive. It's not just structure of the building, it's also the form of disability that a child may have, and we're not always able to respond to each of these. But we are committed and have done a great deal in the first 21 years of freedom to address this aspect. Secondly, I would agree that the future of South Africa is one that is bright. I speak from the perspective, for example, of the recent agreement of the SKA board that the initial price for the building of the global infrastructure of the radio telescope is set at 650 million euro, much of which will be invested in South Africa and the 8 African partner countries. So I think if we can put greater weight to innovation, research and development investment, we will indeed see growth in South Africa. In addition, the strategies of improving our industrialization and enhancing manufacturing are all going to contribute to an improved jobs prospect in South Africa, as well as greater growth. Thank you very much.
Any further ministerial responses? None. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Second reading debate, Defence Laws Repeal and Amendment Bill.
Honorable the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I was told it's 7 minutes. Go two, little. But it's 7 minutes. Is it true? What's happening is that I'm talking to the Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, your other two is at the end of the debate, when you
All
come
right.
back.
Thank you.
Yes.
In 2002-3, Cabinet approved that the Minister of Justice coordinates and mandates the South African Law Reform Commission to review provision in South Africa's legislative framework that would result in discrimination as defined by Section 9 of the Constitution. In 2004, the Commission's mandate was further expanded upon by the inclusion of an investigation into statutory law revision, which entails a revision of all statutes from 1910 to date. In essence, these processes were aimed at bringing the existing statutes in line with the constitutions, whilst at the same time cleansing our statute books of obsolete and redundant acts. The Commission established that there are approximately 2,800 acts on the statute book, of which 41 are administered by the Department of Defense. The Commission, together with officials from my department, identified acts to repeal as contained in Schedule 1 of the bill, and in Schedule 2, it proposes the amendment of an act administered by the department to bring it in line with Section 9 of the Constitution. The aim of the bill is therefore straightforward, and in as far as it proposes to repeal certain obsolete and redundant amendment acts. Such action warrants no further explanation. I would, however, today like to focus on the repeal of the 4 time-specific acts by this bill. Renewed calls have lately been made for the integration of certain groupings into the South African National Defence Force, and I believe it is important that today we take a moment to reflect on the time-specific nature of the integration process and revisit the past experiences to appreciate and understand where we are today. The demobilization and integration of non-statutory forces from and into the South African National Defence Force was to take place within specific agreed time frames, which were reflected in the legislation governing these processes. The demobilization and integration processes were therefore not open-ended by time specific. At the Defence Force parade in April 1995, Madiba remarked as follows in relation to these processes. The transformation of the Defence Force involving integration and rationalization is on course. Once the integration exercise has been completed, the numerical strength will be greater than what the country needs. Rationalization is inevitable to reduce the force to a necessary and affordable level required. This should be done without detriment to the ability of the Defence Force to fulfill its primary function. It should be done without undermining the principled objective of ensuring that the force reflects the makeup of the South African society. Rationalization should be carried out in a humanitarian manner. Indispensable skills, expertise, and experience will be retained and career prospects stabilized. Some of the reductions will be affected through retirements or normal conclusion of contracts. It is against this background that the Demobilization Act of 1996 was enacted to provide for the demobilization of those members of the former non-states who did not enter into appointment agreements with the SANDF. Similarly, the Defense Special Tribunal Act of 1998 provided that the Special Tribunal established for adjudicating any labor disputes relating to the rationalization and transition of the Department of Defense would cease to have effect on the 31st of December 2001. In 2010 May, the North Gauteng High Court dismissed an application by the Khoisan Kingdom and All People's Party. The applicant had brought an application in regard to the integration of its members into the SANDF. The court, in dismissing the application, observed as follows, and I quote, "The matter essentially concerns and reveals, in my view, a pitiable situation of a people who made a historical, myopic, and political naive choice of siding with the hitherto oppressive and apartheid regime in its world-condemned quest to resist democracy, both in Namibia and in South Africa. It concerns the plight of a people who allow themselves to be misused by their master in resisting the democratic winds of change in Southern Africa. It is a people who were funneled as soldiers in the notorious Kufut through the Cape Corps, 21 Battalion, 1 SAI, 115 Battalion, 3 SAI, and 32 Battalion, and other units, coming particularly from the so-called Kalats, unfortunately, and Khoisans. The latter renowned for their tracking powers, misused in tracing freedom fighters who were infiltrated both in Namibia and South Africa. It is a people abandoned by their master who had scant respect or regard for and was least bothered to secure them in a place in the South African National Defence Force, close quote.
Honorable Minister, your time
Thank you
has
very
expired.
much.
Honorable Stan Mutimele. Honorable Mutimele.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Minister, Honorable members. Honorable Deputy Speaker, countries from time to time review their statute books inter alia to ensure that its laws are still applicable and that it passes constitutional muster. In South Africa, the South African Law Reform Commission undertook this task and listed several acts that have either become obsolete or redundant or have clauses that are unconstitutional with a view to repeal or amend such acts. The 3 acts to be repealed in this act are the Demobilization Act of 1996, the Defense Special Tribunal Act of 1998, and the Termination of Integration Intake Act of 2001. The South African Law Reform Commission, in conjunction with the Department of Defense, identified the above-mentioned 3 acts and 13 amendment acts which have become obsolete and recommended that this should be repealed. Section 7, subsection F of the Castle Management Act has been found to be an unconstitutional clause, and the Commission recommended that it should be amended. The Department of Defense and military veterans subsequently introduced and briefed the Portfolio Committee of Defense and Military Veterans on the Defense Laws Repeal and Amendment Bill on 11 March 2015. The Portfolio Committee called for public submissions on the bill and received one which was generally in agreement with the amendment of the unconstitutional clause in the Castle Management Act, in the process eliminating the need for public hearings on the bill. After receiving a briefing from the South African Law Reform Commission, the committee adopted the bill without amendments on 2nd September 2015. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the repeal and amendment of these acts will not only further assist to clean up our statute book, but it will be in line with constitutional prescripts. In particular, it will assist to ensure that the equality clause is respected and upheld, and in the process assist to further deepen our democracy. The specific time frame for which demobilization acts were purposely promulgated for has passed. They were enacted for circumstances to which those acts applied. According to the Demobilization Act 1996 as amended, only former members of the non-statutory forces whose names appeared on a valid CPR or personnel list could be demobilized. The members whose names appear on the CPR, who's reported on or before 31 December 2002 for the last integration intake and who did not qualify to join the SADF were demobilized in terms of the provision of the Demobilization Act 2001. A total of 9,809 demobilization gratuities have been paid out, including 677 gratuities paid to dependents of deceased former non-statutory force members. The integration process of the statutory force members in all the services has been successfully completed in accordance with Section 224 and 236 of the Interim Constitution of 1993. In the case of these statutory force members, their integration from their previous force to the SANDF was conducted according to the then Public Service Commission translation measures. The pension audit of personnel files and records of these members was part of these measures. Members of the Ciskei Defense Force, former Transkei, Putatswana and Venda Defense Force members have been admitted to the Government Employee Pension Fund and are contributing to the fund. The procedures for the audit of these records were stipulated in the verification process and consisted of the audit of the files and the written notification to members that they were fully integrated into the SADF when their records were found to be in order. The South African Air Force completed the verification of all records on 31 October 1999. The South African Navy on 31 October 2000. The South African Army and the South African Military Health Services completed the verification process of former SADF and TBVC members on 30 June 2001. In terms of audit ranking, since late 2000, the government, the Department of Defense in particular, has been engaged in a process to identify former non-statutory force members who may have been prejudiced during the first integration intakes at Valmalstal. A robust audit trail has been conducted by the Auditor General to ensure that only genuine and properly motivated cases were re-ranked in accordance with departmental, financial, and DOD HR guidelines. Coming up, Honorable Deputy Speaker, coming up with legislation to address the past disintegrated forces had been a complex exercise. Furthermore, the integration of 7 various former military forces, each of them having its own culture, tradition, and military history, into the South African National Defense Force, united in common allegiance to comply with the tasks our country's constitution require, admitting to a common culture and identity, proved to have been a very complicated process. The acts, therefore, exist for no purpose as they served their objects. The Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans, therefore, recommends that the Defense Laws Repeal and Amendment Bill B7 2015 be adopted without amendments. I thank you.
Honorable Murray.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the bill in question, as mentioned, arises out of work conducted by the South African Law Reform Commission under instruction of the Cabinet. This includes making recommendations as to the repeal or amendment of legislation which is either inconsistent with the Constitution, redundant or obsolete. My colleague, Honorable Eso, will deal with them in more detail. Voorzitter, daar is ander aanpassings wat ook nodig sal wees vir die minister om te oorweeg. Drastiese aanpassing moet eerstens aan die regering se beleid gemaak word, omdat beleid en wetgewing vervat word om so uiting daaraan te gee. Can our Defence Force execute its function efficiently and effectively, comparable with the best in terms of the needs and requirements we are facing? We must be honest and unashamed to say no, and we are falling behind further as we speak. Van die aanpassings wat nodig is, sluit in. 1. Militêre geboue en terreine is in 'n patetiese toestand, hoofsaaklik omdat die Departement van Openbare Werke hiervoor verantwoordelik is. Hoewel die weermag begroting hiervoor voorsien, word dit onbevredigend hanteer en bestuur. The best example is one military hospital, which is a shadow of its previous pride of the Defence Force and the medical profession in South Africa. In the past, it was the best facility where any president can be treated for any condition. But today, it can hardly provide basic services. What to say about specialized services and operations? it is becoming critically important that Defence Force-related functions of Department of Public Works be transferred to a Defence Force Works unit. Secondly, a serious concern that has emerged lately, confirmed by the Minister, is the possible threat to and breach of our sovereignty and security when the Executive is travelling abroad with luxury private jets. How is it possible that no one cares to whom a private jet to be used, for example, by the Deputy President belongs to? It can belong to any person or persons with ulterior or self-centered motives, which can hold serious threats to the safety of the Executive and our nation. We require amendments to assure the disclosure of interest and high alert vetting of all private aircraft to be used to secure the safety of the Executive and the sovereignty of South Africa. We also require to know who will take responsibility for this, because currently it seems like nobody is taking responsibility and everybody is passing the buck. We quite evidently require urgent attention to regulate the access to and the use of Defence Force national strategic key points like the Waterkloof Air Force Base by private individuals and organizations like the African Union, including heads of state when visiting our shores, even under the protection of the AU. Are we happy to surrender this base to even the AU in some cases? Fourth, it has also become quite obvious that there's an urgent need to address the availability as well as competency and qualification levels of Air Force commanding pilots to the VVIP and other strategic squadrons. The Air Force is also not in a position to effectively protect our ocean economies and borders and to respond to emergencies, especially at sea. It cannot be in the best interest of South Africa to have these squadrons hugely under-budgeted, understaffed, and basically dysfunctional. What happened to our world-class training facilities and the best pilots in the world? These national strategic assets must be rescued ASAP, not by the Cubans. We should be able and be capable of doing this ourselves. I thank you.
Honorable Matthias.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Our country comes a very painful past, which allowed key organs of the state to play a very role in violently oppressing and suppressing the voice of the people and the aspiration for freedom. The South African Defence Force committed some of the most heinous atrocities against black people in this country, which also enabled by a series of legislative frameworks dubbed as total onslaught against the former liberation movement. The Defence Laws Appeal and Amendment Bill seeks to repeal a host of defence legislation that is now considered as obsolete, and to omit clauses considered unconstitutional in some of the laws. A serious matter for concern to us is that of the 16 Schedule 1 laws that will be repealed, none of them are apartheid-era laws, one even dating back to 1929. That these laws are still on our statute books, 21 years after the attainment of freedom is an indication of the extent of neglect that the ANC has on matters relating to freeing this country from the apartheid shackles. Included also in the laws to be repealed is the Demobilization Act of 1996, which provided for the demobilization of former liberation movements soldiers who were not appointed or who refused appointments in the South African National Defence Force, to ensure that those members and their dependents were paid allowances shamefully. This has not been the case for all those who sacrificed their youth for the liberation of our country. We know of a number of former APLA and MK soldiers who live in squalor, who have never received a cent from the democratic government, the very same government that does all of this in its power to ensure that the safety and comfort of former apartheid soldiers is assured. Some of the freedom fighters from APLA soldiers specifically are still in jail. One of them, as we speak now, Deputy Speaker, Kenny Mutsamai, languages in jails of the democratic dispensation. Some of these freedom fighters are still in jail, as we say. The question is, why repeal such a law only now? Until you have gone through all avenues to ensure that there isn't a single liberation army soldier who still struggles to feed his family. The argument is the same for the termination of integration intake of 2001. Special concession should have been made to extend these laws until the government has satisfied itself that all Liberation Army soldiers have been integrated into the Defense Force. This is indicative of a government that has forgotten where it comes from, a former liberation movement that embraces those who oppressed us before more than it should be defending and protecting its own. It is this lapse of memory that the South African government has decided to use soldiers for their state-sponsored xenophobic and xenophobia in the Operation Fiela project, where they target African people who are supposedly in the country illegal. This project criminalizes the very same Africans who provided shelter for us during our dark days. Because ANC leaders think we are a forgetting nation, they also use the army to fight illegal wars in defense of the business interest of the President Jacob Zuma's nephew in the Central African Republic. As we speak today, the South African National Defense Force does not have enough pilots to ensure that the country is safe in cases of emergency. The delay, therefore, in repealing these laws is indicative of the rot and lack of leadership in that department. For these reasons, we are reminded of the poet Tolkien, who observes that it's not all that glitters which is gold. And we also disagree with him. However, the Economic Freedom Fighters House Chair rejects the Defense Laws Repeal and Amendment Bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mngango.
Honorable Chairperson, the South African Law Reform Commission recommended the repeal of defense laws it considered to be redundant and the amendment of those inconsistent with the Constitution's Equality Clause. The Defense Laws Repeal and Amendment Bill therefore seeks to repeal 16 defense laws and proposes an amendment to the Castle Management Act of 1993. There is one of the 16, however, that we feel should not be repealed, but rather amended. That is the Termination of Integration Intake Act of 2001. Integration has not yet been fully completed, and we still find many soldiers who contributed greatly to the freedom we now so easily take for granted in South Africa, who have to be accommodated and integrated into the standing defense force of this country. Many members of the former self-protection unit, for instance, and the self-defense units, find themselves being left out in the cold, languishing in a country that no longer values or recognizes the great sacrifices and contributions they made during the struggle for our freedom and democracy. This is not the way we should be repaying those valiant comrades. The matter of integration should be kept open until all have been accommodated into our defense forces. Let us not turn our backs on them. Honorable Chairperson, another matter which also behoves our urgent attention is that of the repeal of the Demobilization Act. 21 years after democracy, we still find the undoing of the ANC, Condolences, being publicly paraded around by the ruling party as if it's a private army. This is both reckless and irresponsible by the ruling party. Public parades of this nature by a pseudo-military force outside of government, but yet with government sanctions, is breeding ground for lawlessness and criminality. The MK was demobilized together with all other non-statutory forces, and it has now an able successor in the South African National Defense Force. It must be publicly demobilized and the ruling party's full weight thrown behind the South African National Defense Force. As we have no enemies on our borders, our military's role becomes that of a peacekeeper. First and foremost, though, must be the protection of the Constitution and rule of law. One legitimate defense force is all South Africa requires. I thank you.
Thank you, Babu Mngango. Mhlonishwa Khubisa.
House Chairperson, honorable members, the bill before us today recommends that the laws listed be repealed and the Castle Management Act be amended. The South African Law Reform Commission has been mandated with the task of revising our statutes and make suggestions regarding the laws which are in conflict with our constitution, as well as the laws which are redundant and obsolete. The cluster of defense laws listed in the report falls squarely within the category of redundant and obsolete laws and serve no further purpose. The majority of these laws were enacted on an ad hoc basis to serve a very particular function with a particular time frame, all of which has since lapsed. Hence, the NFP is in support of the repeal of these laws. House Chairperson, the repealing of such obsolete laws awakens this House to the fact that there are many of these laws that are outdated and serve to discriminate rather than unite our people across racial, gender, color, or creed lines. Such laws should either be repealed or amended and do not deserve a space in our statute books. Many of these laws deny our people opportunities that they qualify for. The NFP welcomes the amendment of the Castle Management Act of 207 of 1993, which placed a prohibition on the retention of any person above the age of 7 years on the Castle Board. Such a prohibition is manifestly in violation of the country's constitution, which prohibits discrimination on any of the listed grounds in Section 9, which includes age and no rational limitation in terms of Section 36 applies. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Babkobisa. Agbaralet, Groenewald.
Agbare voorsitter, ek wil begin om te sê die Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun hierdie wysigingswetsontwerp. Ons sê dit is 'n tipiese vrugteslaai wysigingswetsontwerp. Dit vat 'n stukkie hier van hierdie wet en daardie wet en dan wysig hy hom. So dit is nie 'n probleem nie. Maar siene dat daar gekyk word dat dit ooreenstemmend met die grondwet is, agbare voorsitter, wil ek vir die agbare minister sê. Minister, u gaan nou rond en u doen 'n beroep op wit mense om asseblief aan te sluit by die weermag. Maar u adjunkminister kom en hy sê daar is 'n intelligensieondersoek in 'n gevorderde stadium na oud soldate van die vorige Suid-Afrikaanse weermag wat tans veg teen Boko Haram. En dan sê hy, want ons het daardie kundigheid nodig in Suid-Afrika. Nou, hoe skynheilig kan 'n mens wees? Want dit is hierdie ANC-regering wat deur hulle beleid van transformasie en regstellende aksie in 2004 77 kolonels basies afgedank het, waarvan 76 wit kolonels was. In 2006 word die offisiersvormingskursus by die leergevegskool beskikbaar gestel en dit staan op skrif slegs vir swartes, bruines en Indiërs. Nou, agbare minister, as u dink, u gaan wit mense na die weermag toe wil lok, maar dan vir hulle sê, jy kan nie eintlik op 'n offisierskursus gaan nie. Want ons moet transformasie toepas. Ons moet regstellende aksie toepas. Dan wil ek vir u sê, mislei u self om te dink dat mense dan by die Suid-Afrikaanse nasionale weermag sal aansluit. As die regering regtig wil wysigings aanbring, in terme van verdediging, en ook in terme van belang van hierdie land, dan sal u die grondwet wysig om weg te doen met regstellende aksie. Want dit is eintlik niks anders as 'n rassistiese, diskriminerende wet, wat die beste potensiaal van Suid-Afrika nie wil gebruik nie. Soos in die weermag. Hulle het die kundigheid. Suid-Afrika is gewikkeld in operasies in Afrika. Maar dit is hierdie kundigheid wat die sukses behaal teen Boko Haram. Ek wil vir die ANC-regering sê, agbare minister, moenie die ondersoek doen as mense goeie werk doen nie. Bedank hulle eerder en sê vir hulle dankie dat hulle sukses het teen Boko Haram om vrede in Afrika te vestig. Ek dank u.
Dank u, Agbaralet. Agbaralet Kata.
Thank you, Chairperson.
The amendments we are considering today arise from the recommendations of the South African Law Reform Commission. The Congress of the People consistently support any repeal or amendment of law that are inconsistent with the equality clause in the Constitution. That much we owe to the people of South Africa. We support reducing the size of the statute book, the modernization of statutes, and the simplification of statutes. In 1996, this Parliament began a process to simplify our laws. Regrettably, that process did not go very far. Simplifying the law and reducing the size of the statute book must become a major ambition of our Parliament. We must remove and bury laws that is dead or dying and keep only live necessary law in our statute books. Too much law is as useless as too little laws. The Commission recently identified laws pertaining to military veterans that are now clearly obsolete and therefore needs to be repealed. The Congress of the People has looked at the 12 acts that we need to amend. Some of these date back to 1929. They have no present use and agree that they should be repealed. The bills seek to amend Section 7 of the Castle Management Act, as already covered by my colleagues, and the Section 7F. The bill discriminates clearly against people who are 70 years and older. It implies that persons who are 70 years of age are incapable of dealing with functions and duties of a castle's board. As Section 9 of our Constitution does not permit such discrimination, and as it is inconsistent with the Constitution, we agree that it must go. It is important for us to recognize that we live in an open and democratic society based on human dignity, equality, and freedom. Our laws must therefore reflect and protect these values. The Congress of the People congratulates the South African Law Reform Commission for its diligence. We ask the Commission to do what gardeners have been doing for the last few months, extensive pruning of overgrowth. Our statute book is indeed too big, and even as we keep adding new laws, the Commission must suggest what we should prune and what we should take out. We urge Parliament to seek to take out laws that are not serving any purpose. We have too many laws, and many of them are choking business and stifling economic growth. Fewer and better laws will promote rule of law and respect for law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kacham. Honorable Pongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament and fellow South Africans. The father of the Cuban nationalism, a revolutionary, a fierce opponent of imperialism, an advocate of justice and equality, Jose Marti once said, and I quote, "Liberty is a right of every man to be honest, to think and to speak without hypocrisy." Honorable members, the reason why we're before this House in regard with this bill, it's one reason, is that the African National Congress post-1994, it was faced with serious, unique challenges, having to integrate statutory and non-statutory forces for a cohesive democratic dispensation. And this has seen a successful integration of what we had called South African National Defence Force. And this did not come with challenges. So the reason we're here before the House is to deal with those laws that we created as ad hoc laws, those laws that in legal terms are abrogated by disuse, those laws that are obsolete, so that we're able to create more laws. The matter before us shouldn't be confused with the court case that the Khoisan Special Defense Unit took to court, because the court there was very clear that the issues of disintegration are issues that are over and done with. However, the court has said that the minister may need to have meaningful engagement with the Khoisan Self-Defense Unit, with a progressive realization of trying to check what is it that can be done for that particular community and other communities that are affected. Honorable Chair, Section 8 of the Defense Special Tribunal Act states that that law was supposed to come to an end 31st December 2001. So coming to Parliament today is just to fulfill a legislative process, which is a logical step towards ensuring that we do away with those laws that are no longer in use in the dispensation that we're in now. Honorable Chair, we will, and we have agreed as a committee, that we would have meaningful engagement as the court has requested us to do in looking at those special cases that may be there. I thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Bongo. Honorable Isong.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'd like to point to the issue of one, that the DA concurs with the amendments, the repeal and the amendment bill, and we have no objection to the issues of obsoleteness and, of course, being unnecessary, being spent, and these laws. So we concur with that. I think the issue I'd like to discuss briefly with the House is the one that refers to the court case as mentioned by the Honourable Minister in the Khoisan Kingdom and All People's Party versus the Minister of Defence, case number 41202 of 2010, in which 14,500 names have been attached to that application, representing soldiers that were left out. Now, these soldiers came from, as mentioned by the Minister, by Kufut, the SACC Battalion 2132 and 115, and Psi 1 and Psi 3, and other units. Now, these individuals, we know that SACC was disbanded in 1992. And that was done intentionally by the South African Defence Force. These individuals were left out of the whole integration process. And when the laws of demobilization and also the Termination of Integration Intake Act, both these acts referred only to non-statutory forces. Now, these individuals were employed by the SADF, and they were not non-statutory, they were actually statutory, which means they have CPR, certified personnel registered, with all documentation and everything in place. However, they were totally neglected. A few individuals may have been incorporated and integrated, a few. But in terms of the act, it had to be formations that had to be integrated. So we find that if we look at the judgment itself and appreciate it was based on the Demobilization Act, Termination of Integration Act, both of these have come and expired. And therefore, there was no legal framework for the judge to make a decision in favor of this organization, the party, and neither to grant them or urge or force the minister to have an audience with them. So if that was the case, there was also a meeting with the SACC in which Major General Modisi of the MK and Dr. S. Mokhoba of the PAC on the 2nd of October 2001. And this is written in the founding affidavit, where they commented and they say they were dealing with a pathetic case of apartheid. And this issue must be faced somehow. If the Cape Corps were really part of the SADF, then they have a case in saying they were left out. And I think this is also because of the nature of the case and what has happened. The minister admits the respondent. It says here in the court document in the judgment, according to the respondent, a legislative intervention to address the plight of the applicant's members, 14,500 members, would require both parliament and executive to be involved. And then also, to deal with this historical injustice, the judge then, Judge Mvundla, quotes the preamble of South Africa and says, "We, the people of South Africa, believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in diversity," and he continues, "We therefore heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights." And he ends off and he says, "I am of the view that in line with the ethos reflected in the preamble of the Constitution, the respondent should take the responsibility of addressing the concerns of the applicant's left-out members without the court obliging to do so." We ask the minister, have you met with
Thank you.
those individuals and
Honourable
addressed them since 2010, since the court case in 2012,
Honourable
and we're now
member,
2015.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Boy.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Minister and Deputy Ministers. I thought that we on par and we do understand the issues. But sometimes we do get disappointed when members don't come across as reflecting what is exactly stated and what is exactly expected of an honorable member when we deal with constitutional matters. This is not really a matter that says, what do you do with repeal? But it goes to say that there is some consistency in upholding of the Constitution itself and how we reflect and would love to see it that Parliament in itself as an institution is able to uphold that law and is able to cooperate and work along with what is being expected of Parliament to do. I do expect some of the issues that are being raised, that sometimes they don't come and be within what is being raised. I'm very sure, Honorable Eskom, myself and yourself, who have dealt extensively with these issues that they are raising, that it's not been an obligation that is far more pushed towards the ministry. It's a responsibility that we're supposed to have taken. And quite clear, yeah, it's fine, it's your problem, it's not my problem. And what we are saying, that the point that at the end of the day, after we have said that this issue is on top of the table, myself and all other honorable members that have been here for a long time in the Defense Committee, we clearly said that what happened to this section of the Cape Corps. Now you should be able to admit, and we have always been explaining it within the committee, that it's not been an obligation that is being pushed towards Parliament. It's been always been said that in that history of the problem, it's the SADF during the negotiations that abandoned the Cape Corps. It's not us. They abandoned the Cape Corps clearly, and we kept on saying who will represent them, who will come to them, because we came to institutions to come and register ourselves. It can't be pushed. Now what we are saying, that even what the judge is saying, quite clearly there is no other person that represents the Cape Corps that could be able to mobilize and assist the Cape Corps to be able to put forward the credentials. You know, for a matter of fact, somebody must be able to say to the data center, these are the people, and this is where, if the SADF abandon them, who will come up and say to us, this information is correct, and this is the information that we should be able to incorporate, and this is how we should be able to take cognizance of these particular people. So it's a problem of the SADF, and the ingenuity of those that were apartheid, leaders. It's not our, creation of ourselves to say that as a country, yes, we respect and we uphold the Constitution, and that's what we're doing. And that's why we're able to say this is how we have dealt with the issues of demobilization. But it becomes very unfair to shift that responsibility. Because for the past 10 years, we've been saying that bring and show us how do we make sure that these particular individuals come in to be incorporated. Because in the negotiation table, they were represented by the SADF, and the SADF is the one that kicked them out. Correctly so, Mr. Mare, the challenge now, we do hear what you are saying about the Air Force, and it's a collective thing that we all say that as the SNDF, as the Portfolio Committee of the Defense, we should be able to do something in relation to the Air Force. We should apply our mind. But we also know, for a matter of fact, that that's why we've been able to push the defense review, because unless and until we get that defense review, that could be able to make it possible for the Defense Force to have resources as a team that works under the Defense Force which is what I respect all of you about, is that you don't show, partisanship towards the Defense Force. That's highly recommendable, and that's what we should always be doing that. And the way we apply our mind in relation of how do we make sure that the resources that are confronting the Defense Force and how do we help them, is our collective wisdom is that within that strength, we'll be able to appeal to National Treasury to reincorporate and help us to assist the Defense Force so that the implementation of the defense review is what is going to overall cover some of the concerns that we're all getting concerned about. And that spirit within the committee is what will always talk to all of us, and it's what I really welcome you, since you've also been part of the Defense Committee, the spirit that you're showing, that we should make it very possible that the Defense Force capacity is being done and we are being helped as a collective, and speak to the Treasury to be able to get that process to be finished. So as long as that we have not been able to finalize on how we deal with the defense review, which we have dealt with, now we have shifted it over to the executive with an expectation that the executive should be able to do that. I must say, Honorable Mkwangu, that the challenge has been always that how do we deal with the SPU? It's never been we have never been ignorant as members of parliament of how we deal with that. You know, I've spoken to you at a personal level, we have spoken to each other, and we've been trying to develop mechanisms of how do we deal with the issue of the SPU. Nobody in this government has ever said, even in approaching the president, have said, would ever ignore them. But there hasn't been, as I'm saying, that how we regulate that relationship with the institution or with those that are in the defense force that have been able to go into the negotiations and have been able to go and meet in the negotiation during the integration and make it possible for the various parties. So if we have missed it there, I then said all the time that what regulations are in place that we could be able to facilitate, that could make it possible for us to be able to reintegrate them, if it's possible, through the law processes, so that we don't undermine the Constitution, we don't undermine the law, we find ways of being able to make these things very possible for the defense force, because you know for a matter of fact that it goes along with the fiscals of how much they want to spend in that particular environment, and how do we make sure that all South Africans are integrated. I'm definitely sure that even the members of APLA are quite conscious that it's not us who does the vetting. We are members of parliament, and that vetting was supposed to have been done at the integration center to approve members who are supposed to enter into the defense force. If you have missed it, my brother, in the AFF, that's a process that happens like that. It's not something that you go out of no obligation. This government is committed, and this government has always been able to make it possible. But what we are saying is that defense force members were supposed to have been gone there and be able for them to be able to have been integrated. And through that process, it would have been possible for them to have been vetted. And whatever the criticism in the fight is from the PAC, they were supposed to follow those processes. We are trying to deal with them even now, as we are dealing within the issues of the DMV, that who is it that we are talking about, you see. And it's not upon any one of us. What we are saying, what we have been able to do together as a collective within the defense force has been able to set up the regulations of that. How do we regulate the relationships and the people that are supposed to be integrated and those that are left out? If there was something that says the PAC or apply, these are the issues that they have, in terms of the law. We've heard them in the committee many a times. Never have they been able to say to us, these are the type of regulation that have taken place, or these are the type of regulation that you could be able to work on to be able to reintegrate the members that have been outstanding. Now, to continue trying to say that there is no leadership, there's no one who can be able to apply his mind, it's full of fallacy, it's full of not being able and ignorant of how the system, is beginning to work, and being very, working on the fact that you would love to accuse the African national government without being able to use the strength that you have as a member of parliament, that when you sit within the parliamentary committee, it's what you need to be able to do, that the portfolio committee on defense sit down, reflect, if there's a regulation or the law that you think that could improve this particular relationship, we always take up the challenge and says, we are open-minded within the committee, apply your mind, give some suggestions so that you could be able to take these matters forward. They are stagnant there, because from where we sit, it's been always that we thought, and we're always thinking that the laws and the rules that we apply and the rule, how we regulate the defense forces as the parliamentary committee has been to the best of every South African. And that's why we're saying that even now, we are quite confident that why we're able to say we're demobilizing, because there's no challenge, there's no legality for us to be able to continuously sustaining this particular approach, because the defense force has become a very stable organization.
Thank you.
And I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister of Defense, to close the debate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to all those who have participated in the debate. Just to say that, starting with the matter of raised by the Honorable Murray
on one military hospital. You are very correct, but I'm sure you are also aware of a report which I presented during the vote, debate vote, budget vote, where we indicated that we now have a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Public Works for purposes of taking over the work of renovations at 1 mil. As I'm talking now, indeed, it is the Defense Force works capability, which is now works formation, which is dealing with 1 mil. That is why there is, in fact, progress. Yes, I agree with you that there have been enormous challenges, but the point is we've now taken over and we are dealing with that matter. Just to also go back to the matter of rejuvenation of the Defense Force, there was mention of the fact that there is a need now to start talking about the I thought that we all understand that, in fact, milestone number 1 of the Defense Review Report talks to that matter of rejuvenation of the South African National Defense Force, but not only that, it talks to arresting the decline of the capabilities of the South African National Defense Force. Part of that now, which we are trying to do, on the matter which we've raised of aircrafts, we are, yes, indeed, I can confirm here today that indeed we are buying aircrafts. We are buying a VVIP aircraft. You've also mentioned the fact that there is no vetting process of aircrafts, but actually there is a vetting process. This was done through an RT61 contract together with National Treasury, and the vetting of companies which are listed was done together with National Treasury then. So what you have here is an aircraft which is part of the many other, a company which is part of the many other companies which are listed in that RT61 contract.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say something on the Boko Haram. Honorable, I think that we need to take note of the fact that we do have that Foreign Military Assistance Act, which we passed, which talks to preventing people from becoming mercenaries and go all over the continent doing things without the necessary authorization by the countries of origin, including South Africa. So I don't think we should encourage people to become mercenaries. We should rather encourage Africa to engage on utilizing the resources which Africa has. And I think if that was the approach, I would definitely agree with you. But I certainly don't agree with people who are going all out, who are mercenaries in the name of dealing with terrorism. Terrorism we must condemn. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Order, honorable members. Are there any objection to being read the second time? No objections, agreed to. The bill will be sent to the National Council. Oh, sorry. Let me allow the Secretary to read the bill a second time.
Defense Laws Repeal and Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence.
Chairperson, I had thought that you'd, not only by inviting those who seconds the motion, the bill, but also to check for those who object. But nonetheless, the Economic Freedom Fighters registers its objection.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the light item on the order paper is a subject for discussion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Opposition on the ongoing scourge of corruption in South Africa and measures to combat this. Honorable members have been informed that Honorable P.T. Van Damme will take charge of the order. I now recognize Honorable Van Damme.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In July this year, the DA visited Nsingweni Primary School near Nkandla. On what was a day of heavy rainfall in the middle of winter, we found learners being taught in classrooms with leaking roofs, broken windows, and no doors. In some classrooms, learners sat shivering while reciting the times table, and in others, they huddled in a corner to prevent the rain from soaking their notebooks. The principal told us that he had for years been appealing for funding for renovations from the KwaZulu-Natal Basic Education Department. None had been forthcoming despite repeated promises. It is no wonder that their requests fell on deaf ears, because last year the department overspent its budget by a staggering 2.6 billion. The over-expenditure was not because of accelerated spending on education, but because the department had unlawfully awarded tenders to politically connected service providers, which it then paid twice for a single service. I tell of the sad tale of Nsingweni Primary to demonstrate to the ANC and this House that corruption is not a victimless crime. The learners and teachers at Nsingweni, who were effectively forced to learn and teach outside in the rain in the middle of winter, are the victims of the KZN Education Department's tender fraud and corruption. The DA today stands in support of all South Africans who have chosen to take a stand against corruption. We stand in support of all the hardworking, freedom-loving people of our country who want to work hard and play by the rules. To these people, we say, we understand how corruption makes your lives difficult, how corruption steals from your families. We understand the frustration that comes with waking up every morning to go to work while others simply choose to steal from the public purse. We understand how difficult it is to see the Northwest Provincial Government stealing 9 billion to pay 36,000 ghost employees while you struggle to find one job. We understand how difficult it must be not to have access to running water, while the Ventersdorp local municipality cannot account for how 95% of the water it purchased disappeared. Sikhala kunye nani. It does certainly seem hopeless at times, but there is hope. Hope for a future where public money is spent for the benefit of the people, not a connected few. A future where public sector corruption is tackled, making government act honestly, transparently, and in the best interest of all South Africans. The DA is the only political party capable of doing this. Our anti-corruption policies have been tried, tested, and delivered where we govern. We clean up the rot left by the ANC in the 27 municipalities we govern, and we can do that for all municipalities around the country. We cleaned up the rot left by the ANC in the Western Cape government and can do so for all provinces. For the doubtful Doras on my left, let me remind you of the Western Cape story and the Cape Town story. In 2006, a DA-led coalition in the city of Cape Town took over from the ANC. The new administration inherited a hot mess of a city. Service delivery was poor, infrastructure deteriorating, and corruption rife. Under the ANC, the municipal tender system had been rigged to become a personal piggy bank for well-connected individuals and ANC loyalists. The DA started by overhauling the city's administrative systems, appointing the right people in the right places, and reprioritizing expenditure. To reduce corruption, the DA made the City of Cape Town's procurement system fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, cost-effective, and in accordance with the Constitution. Today, in addition to advertising tenders in the press, the city maintains a supplier database where suppliers are able to register for free. When the bid adjudication committee meets to adjudicate tenders, the meetings are open to the public. The City of Cape Town is the only municipality in South Africa that does this. To prevent staff from being involved in corrupt activities, all new employees at the City of Cape Town receive ethics training at their inductions. Because of these and other efforts, the City of Cape Town has received 11 consecutive unqualified audits and was the only metro in South Africa last year to receive a clean audit. In the Western Cape Provincial Administration, the same story can be told. In the ANC's last year in office, not one of the 13 departments received a clean audit. In the DA's first year in office, 7 departments achieved clean audits. This year, the Western Cape delivered an unprecedented achievement in the history of South Africa's democracy. It achieved 12 out of 13 clean audits, and 100% were unqualified. Achieving a clean audit is not child's play. So committed is the Western Cape to clean governance that it went searching for 7 missing library books, and fortunately 5 were found. The benefit of a clean audit does not only mean that a government practices sound financial management, but also that money is spent on important services such as education and health, and attracting investment to stimulate growth and job creation. That is why today in the Western Cape, despite a 46% increase in population growth, the province has the highest access to basic services and the lowest unemployment rate in South Africa. Don't be jealous. The Western Cape story and the Cape Town story are indication that good governance and service delivery is possible. It just requires the right government, and that right government is not the ANC, it's the DA. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fandame. Honorable Mavi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Throughout its 103 years of its existence, the ANC has always embodied and aspired to the highest morality and values of South African society. Together with other forces of the liberation movement, such as
Honorable members, order.
PAC, AZAPO, SACC, and the UDF defeated apartheid by taking South Africa out of the system of minority rule, which thrived on corruption into a democratic system that is based on high ethical values. In its 49th conference in Mangaung in 1994, the ANC prepared a process that led to the drawing and adoption of the democratic constitution in 1996. The 50th conference in Mafikeng in 1997 embraced the constitution as the supreme law of the country. The ANC committed itself to the fundamental provisions of the basic law of the land, which accords with its own vision of a democratic and just society. The strategy and tactics also indicates that the apartheid state's practices eroded the moral fiber of South African society, which was illegal and illegitimate. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the state relied more and more on criminal actions to shore up its fortunes, and in the process, it pulled the rest of society into a maelstrom of corruption and crime. As such, apartheid political and economic relations were not only a brake on the development of the economy, they were also an albatross on the moral sensibilities of society. Therefore, it was not going to be easy dealing with corruption. The Constitution, amongst other institutions, established the Public Protector and the Public Service Commission to investigate and to report to Parliament on malpractices, maladministration in the public administration and public service, respectively, and thus contributing to the prevention of corruption. The 50th ANC conference adopted two important resolutions, accountability and on corruption. With regards to accountability for performance within the public service, the conference resolved measures be put in place with the public service which ensure fraud, corruption, and misconduct can be dealt with promptly, and that such acts must be punished urgently, appropriately through disciplinary procedures. Corruption may be understood to be the abuse of power for illegitimate and illegal gain of profit, whether it be exercised in the private or in the public domain. Corruption leads to losses in efficiency and opportunity, and to increased production costs. Hence, it adversely affects development, and as a consequence, results in poverty becoming more prevalent. There are alarmingly high levels of corruption in the private sector. Corruption undermines the objectives of the National Democratic Revolution. Honorable Chair, we are aware of the political opportunism of the enemies of the ANC in defining all mismanagement as corruption. Therefore, it is important for our enemies also to be able to differentiate between corruption and maladministration. The ANC-led government inherited institutions with an ethos of corruption and personnel engaged in corrupt practices, functioning with a society lacking in morality. They should also be reminded that it is the 50th conference of the ANC that resolved on a nationwide anti-corruption campaign, including the media campaign. Honorable Chair, the opposition should not prevail as if they are champions of fighting corruption. The elimination of corruption was placed high on the agenda of the ANC during the 50th conference. Honorable Chair, we have introduced legislation and regulations aimed at preventing corruption. The Prevention of Organized Crime Act, Money Laundering and Criminal Gang Activities. For ease reference, please refer to the Malema case. It can be used as a practical example. The Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activity Act strengthens measures to prevent and combat corruption and corrupt activities to provide
House Chair,
for investigation.
arise on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Mavi, will you please take your seat? Yes, Honorable Matthias.
Can the honourable member take a seat, please? Now,
What is your point,
my point of order is, the honourable member knows that there is not a single case that the president of the EFF faces in courts. Now, she's been frivolous to mention his name and even to allege that he is facing some serious corruption charges. So we ask her to withdraw.
Honorable member, okay. Honorable Mavi, I didn't hear her saying that she has facing serious corruption charges. But if she has said that, I will go and check it. But I didn't hear her saying that. Honorable members, I will come back to that. Continue, honorable member.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
The National Anti-Corruption Forum.
Honorable Mavi, take your seat. Honorable
The procedure is that you must check with the member first.
Honorable member, that is not the procedure.
No, I'm teaching you the procedure,
No.
We raise a point of order, and she said that thing here, and you are listening, Tina,
Yes.
here. So the procedure is that you must check with her first. If she denied it, you
No.
must go and check the Hansard.
No.
That is a simple procedure, Chair. Otherwise, if you are biased, as always.
Honorable member, that is not the procedure, but I promise I will check the Hansard. Continue, honorable member.
The National Anti-Corruption Forum mobilizes the broader South African society against fraud and corruption. The National Anti-Corruption Hotline, which is now managed by the Public Service Commission, has been hard at work to encourage the public to blow the whistle against corruption. NACH is an important public participation mechanism to report cases of alleged corruption. Cases received from NACH are forwarded to departments, both national and provincial. Department agencies and bodies are required to investigate the cases and provide feedback to the PSC. The successful investigation of cases of all alleged corrupt reported to the NACH has since its inception in 2004 resulted in the recovery of 333 million from perpetrators and various departments, and as a result, more than 3,586 employees were found guilty of misconduct. The financial disclosure framework requires that senior management service members display a high standard of professional ethics by declaring their financial interests. It also checks if those SMS members don't favor their companies in the procurement of goods and services for their departments. The level of compliance has been increased from 47% to 85%. The financial misconduct requires departments to report on finalized financial misconduct cases to the executive authority. The PSC and the DPSA, the total number of the finalized financial misconduct cases has decreased to 10,483. Honorable Chair, we appreciate the work done by the PSC And we also recommend that their recommendations should be implemented. Corrupt individuals are found everywhere, and they are few but manipulative. Knowing that they are doing wrong things, they hide behind powerful structures such as the DA, the EFF, the IFP, in churches, in business, everywhere. Wherever they are, they must be defeated. They know how to use money to manipulate the majority, and out of these manipulative acts, they increase their wealth whilst impoverishing the majority. As representatives of the people, irrespective of our political parties, it is our responsibility to ensure that institutions established by our progressive constitution to fight and prevent corruption, such as the Public Protector and the PSC, are strengthened and supported. Honorable Musimaiman, in your 100 days of leadership, we have experienced that your research unit has not empowered.
Honorable Mabe,
Chairperson.
please take your seat.
Thank you. May I address you?
Honorable Waters?
May I address you?
Yes, Honorable Waters.
The honourable member speaking referred to the honourable member of the opposition as Musimai Amani. She did not say honourable. And we refer
Honourable
to members
member.
in this house as honourable. Thank you.
Would you please refer to every member of this house as honorable?
Honorable Musibaimani, in your 100 days of leadership, we have experienced that your research unit has not empowered you with facts at all. Instead, they have set you up for failure, ill-advised you, and as a result, you are always embarrassed with the motions that you sponsor in this house. If really you are in charge, you have authority, and you are their leader, fire all of them. Together we shall defeat this evil called corruption. Corruption undermines the vision enshrined in the Constitution, the vision of building a South African society which is united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mabe. Honorable Makause? My apologies, Mukause, not Makause. Thank you.
Thank you, House
Order,
Chair.
order, honorable members.
At least the ANC is acknowledging that the EFF is a powerful organization in these chambers. Honorable House Chair, on the 12th of January 2009, the Supreme Court of Appeal delivered a judgment in the case of National Director of Public Prosecution versus Mr. Zuma, case number 573/08, where it upheld an appeal by the public prosecutor against the judgment by Judge Nicholson, which he had set aside the indictment of Mr. Zuma on 18 main counts of racketeering, corruption, money laundering, tax evasion, and fraud. In effect, the judgment on appeal meant prosecution of Zuma must proceed. That was in January 2009 when Mr. Zuma took office. He achieved nothing since he joined Parliament and since he was in the Union Building. He has broken down all law enforcement processes from SARS, Hawks, South African Police Service, and the NPA to avoid his day in court. Unlike the Commander-in-Chief, President Julius Malema, who appeared before Judge Billy Mohle, and the case was struck off the roll and said, the Commander-in-Chief and the future President of the country was set to go free. Mr. Zuma will forever run away from court, and he has Parliament to defend his corruption. Immediately after Moses Pakwe and Alfred Mutsi in the Northwest took evidence to Jacob Zuma in Nkandla, clear evidence showing that former mayor of Rustenburg was selling municipal land and vehicles.
Order, honorable members.
Everything. Moses Pakwe was murdered in front of his house by his own comrades in the ANC. Defending corruption. The former Speaker of Mbombela, Jimmy Mhlala, was assassinated by his comrades in the ANC by blowing a whistle of 1.2 billion Mbombela Stadium tender. Today, we are still waiting on the Hawks to tell us how corrupt the Goldfields Mine BE deal is, which involved the Speaker of this Parliament, Ms. Baleka Mbete, and Mr. Zuma's representative.
Honorable Mkause, thank you. Please take your
Point of order,
seat.
Chair.
Order, honorable members, order. Honorable Bongo.
The honorable member is heard saying that the former Speaker of Mbombela was assassinated. There is no report from courts whatsoever that suggests what she's alleging. Can I request her to withdraw that?
Thank you, honorable member. Please, let's not delay the process.
Truth hurts. We are being robbed every day. And we are not being robbed by tsotsis in Bagla clubs. It is the ANC politicians and senior government officials, some of whom are sitting here with us today. Public protector, when she reads the PRASA report, some are stealing, earning their salaries in state-owned entities and government institutions, but they are members of parliament. It is worse when one looks to the side of the racist white monopoly capital across all sectors, and it is here where you will never hear a word from the DA. First, it was Clover, Nestle, Parmalat, and other companies in the dairy industry who fixed the prices of milk. In a society where more than 10 million South Africans go to bed in empty stomach, it's sickening. It was Tiger Brands, Pioneer Foods, and Premier Foods who fixed the price of bread. In a society where Mupelele, 4 children in Swartling, Northwest, died of hunger. The directors of these companies must have been jailed for murder. In the construction industry, the same is happening. In the mining sector, all companies fail to meet the mining charter, and they continue to loot and operate illegally. And in Durban terminal ports, containers come to the country, and only to open a factory in Boksburg, all the way from Durban, without inspection. Honorable House Chair, what is clear is that there is conspiracy against the public, the poor, and the homeless in particular, by the ANC government.
Your time has
where
expired.
This government, the multi-million companies commit grand-scale corruption through aggressive tax avoidance. This was demonstrated by Lon Min.
Honorable
Mukause, of 1.3 billion
please.
to a Bose company in Bermuda,
Your time has
while
expired.
refusing to pay the workers in Marikana.
Mukause, please. Honorable Shangwa.
Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, corruption in South Africa is endemic and has defiantly become synonymous with all aspects of public service. It has become standard and an accepted practice in this government. One might even say that it has developed into an art form ably practiced by skilled proponents in government. From those situated in the highest office, corruption has become the alpha and omega of their work. Everyone seems involved. Many government officials want to get paid for a favor here or turning a blind eye there. There is no such thing as a free lunch. There is no such thing as an unencumbered act of public service. The days of rule of law, transparency, constitutionalism, accountability of government departments, fitness by public officials to hold office have all been sacrificed on the altars of cronyism, nepotism, cadre deployment, maladministration, fraud, and widespread corruption. It is getting worse. It is increasing like a cancer seeking to destroy its host body. In our case, if left unchecked, will destroy South Africa. In January this year, it was estimated by the Institute of Internal Auditors that South Africa had lost a whopping 700 billion rands to corruption over the last 20 years. How different would South Africa be today had the 700 billion rands been channeled into proper provision for public service channels? How many citizens now living in informal housing settlements would have proper homes? How many poor students could have furthered their education? How many roads could have been built? The list of service delivery achievements which could have been achieved is endless. The Honorable President ironically stated in January this year, and I quote, that South Africa has a strong anti-corruption architecture and that with Cooperation between government, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, and political parties will be able to make a difference in eradicating corruption, which is what our people expect of us, close quote. This is very rich, of course, coming from the very man who, at his own behest, the Scorpions made their demise. Even richer, coming from the very man who, through his own known accountability, has allowed corruption to become a culture of his administration. If the president is serious about fighting corruption, he should lead by example and walk the talk all the way to court. In June, a report by the World Justice Project, Rule of Law Index, found that South Africa scored low in its capacity to impose sanctions for official government misconduct. Corruption must be rooted out at its source. A line must be drawn in the sand which says this far and no further. Government, if serious about the eradication of corruption, must take a long, hard look at itself, as shameful as that might be. But the conclusion must be that Chapter 9 institutions, such as the public protector, should be supported and not vilified and attacked. The rule of law and accountability over public funds and their administration must be restored. We have the laws, and the times and circumstances now are upon us to implement without fear, favor, or compromise. The bottom line is, again, I thank you, Chair.
Siyabonga. Mhlonishwa Mabika.
Honorable House Chair, we do not have accurate statistics on corruption, but the Auditor General estimated that corruption cost the South African economy in the region of 20 to 30 billion rand annually. This is in line with the estimation of the Institute of Internal Auditors earlier this year that corruption has cost South Africa an estimated 700 billion rand over the past 20 years. There is a well-known saying that a fish rots from the head, close quotes. And this is particularly relevant for us in South Africa. We have an ANC government that has perfected the art of institutionalized corruption, using its parliamentary majority to effectively suppress any in-depth investigation and protecting their own, as we have seen with Nkandla recently. The first major corruption scandal involving the post-1994 government was the arms deal, which to this day has not been dealt with. The floodgates of corruption were opened when it became apparent that the ANC government will protect their own at whatever cost. The so-called Travelgate scandal followed, and soon corruption became an everyday occurrence. The list of corruption scandals goes on and on, ranging from high-ranking ANC cadre employees such as Honorable Bheki Cele and ministers such as Dinapule, to municipal mayors such as Obed Mlaba, and many of the entrepreneurs who have become very wealthy very suddenly. This roll call of dishonor makes a mockery of our constitution, which requires of government to be transparent and accountable. The burning question is, what measures can be taken to combat this scourge of corruption which has become endemic in South Africa? We believe that the first step should be
Honorable
to get rid
Mabika.
of the corruption.
Honorable Mabika, will you please take your seat? Honorable Chief Whip.
I suggest the NFP should teach the new member. There is something called, you bring any accusation on any sitting member through a substantive motion. The honorable member chooses Honorable Bheki Cele of a corruption which he has not submitted in
Thank you very much.
He must withdraw now.
I think the motion is sustained. Honorable Mabika, Honorable Bheki Cele is a member of this House, and if there are any corruption accusation against him, you are allowed to bring a substantive motion. Will you please?
But Honorable Chair, why was he expelled from his position?
Honorable member, please, we are in a house here. Can we use the rules of the House as they appear?
It's on record, though. We
Can you
believe
please,
that-
Honorable Mabika, Honorable Chief Whip, please take your seat. Honorable Mabika, you are not allowed, as I have explained. Will you please withdraw the accusation against Honorable Becky Kele as a member of the House?
Chair, I was quoting from the report of the public protector.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
And that resulted in
Honorable
Honorable
member.
Becky Kele removed as the Commissioner of Police.
Honorable member, that's not what you referred to. If that is the case, you didn't refer to that,
I referred
but
to
I will check that.
Okay.
Thank you.
We
Continue.
believe that the first step should be to get rid of the corruption-driven ANC government of the day. A government that does not protect its citizens from corruption by its own has no moral right to govern. Other measures that could be taken include strengthening of the powers of the public protector, securing the independence of the prosecuting authorities, and swift legal action against any
Thank
government
you,
employee
Honourable
found
Member.
to
Your
be
time
involved
has
in
expired.
corruption regardless of their
Thank you.
political affiliation.
Honorable member.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Brouchers. I'm sorry for pronouncing your name wrongly. If it is, thanks. Continue, Honorable Brouchers.
Thank you, House Chair.
Order, honorable members.
Honourable members, it is indeed the custom and tradition of this House to stay away from controversy when delivering one's maiden speech. Whilst that is a noble tradition, it is nigh on impossible when debating the issue of corruption. I therefore ask members to keep their emotions and sensitivities in check and join me in having a hard, cold look at the facts. Honourable members, I am blessed to be the proud father of two beautiful girls. Parenthood brings many lessons and much experience. The first lesson from my older brother, who advised the following: when you promise a reward, go out of your way to deliver that reward. When you promise a punishment, make damn sure you deliver, no matter the pain you feel as a loving parent. The lesson, honourable members, is clear. You have to follow through and be consequent on your undertakings. Honourable members, as the collective parents of our nation, we must acknowledge that the governing party has failed our children in this regard. They have been quick to reward with bonuses and incentives, but have shied away from punishing when necessary. We have fine legislation in the PFMA, the MFMA, Treasury regulations, and a myriad of other prescriptive acts. Indeed, Honourable Marby listed a whole long list of wonderful new things the ANC are going to do shortly. But it all means nothing, Honourable Marby, if you have a government like ours that is hopeless at enforcing any of these laws. As a result, these departments and entities that have gone unpunished for a period of time have become habitual offenders. This culture has given rise to an environment where certain department and state entities appear before Parliament to explain audit concerns year after year after year. Amongst the repeat offenders are the Departments of Correctional Services, Home Affairs, Public Works, Water and Sanitation, and its water trading entity. Since 2005, the Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation has consistently appeared before their own portfolio committee, as well as SCOPA, for failing to record intangible assets properly and for flagrantly contravening supply chain management procedures. Correctional Services has been receiving qualified and disclaimer audit opinions for 20 years. 20 years. It's absolutely amazing. Not only does it appear regularly before its portfolio committee, but it has also been invited on several occasions to explain its audit shortcomings to SCOPA. The Department of Works is so rotten that when they recently conducted an audit of 1.5 million transactions, they found 350,000 of them to be irregular. It's absolutely incredible. You wouldn't believe it if it was in a movie. Home Affairs receives disclaimer after disclaimer after disclaimer. Now let's remind ourselves, the disclaimer is Auditor General saying, you are so wayward in your administration that we can't even tell you how bad you are. That's how ridiculous it is. A further example is the third-party fund, which is the petty cash box of our justice system. The JDAS computer system, which is supposed to manage the funds, is such a mess that it in fact has become a lucky dip fund for criminal elements in the criminal justice system who pilfer it at the expense of desperate mothers awaiting to receive their maintenance payments, and these mothers survive hand to mouth, month to month. And we have not even had the time in this debate to look at municipalities like Makana and Madibeng, where mismanagement, fraud, and infrastructural collapse are the order of the day and have led to 5 consecutive disclaimers without any discernible remedial action from the executive authorities. In fact, we would need a 3-hour debate just to handle the municipalities and the problems there. Honourable members, every year SCOPA presents a host of reports for adoption to this House. These reports detail findings on each area of concern and direct the relevant department and entities to adopt remedial action and report back to SCOPA within 90 days. Sadly, unfortunately, most recipients place these advisories on a shelf to collect dust or in file 13 where they remain. Few departments, if ever, report back to SCOPA on the results of their remedial action. And the result is an ever-growing corruption bill that robs our nation of the services it deserves to the tune of around about 30 billion rand per year. And where action is taken against financial miscreants, very unusually when action is taken, we have no flagging system to make sure that these same persons do not re-enter the public service via another department. There is, however, a way to fix all of this. There is light at the end of the tunnel. All departments and entities, by way of the PFMA and various Treasury regulations, have to have internal audit units. Internal audit units, if properly resourced and properly funded, can help with all these situations. However, it is common cause that whenever you have a department that has a disclaimer, if you go and have a look, you will find that the internal audit committee is dysfunctional. Or you will find that it's not being taken seriously by the accounting officer or the executive political head. But it is this very unit, internal audit, that assists departments in managing their affairs on a daily, monthly, and annual basis to make sure that the process of accounting for all their actions is a process and not a crazy mad scramble when the Auditor General is about to come and visit. Now, when we look at all of this, we have to look at where is the solution. Well, we can see the solution with the Democratic Alliance, because where it governs in the Western Cape, the Cape Metro, and a host of other municipalities, we have achieved unqualified audit opinions year after year after year. We take the consequence management issue seriously, and we apply consistent management. We take heed of Chapter 9 institutions like the Auditor General and respect their recommendations. And we equip our internal audit committees with the personnel and the resources they need, and we listen to them. And so we have the tale of two governments, honourable members. The tale of two governments. The ANC experiencing the worst of times, and the DA reaping the best of times. The ANC paralysed by inaction and a fear of political consequence for taking tough decisions. The DA committed to consequent, excellent governance regardless of the political fallout. The people of South Africa, our collective children, will make their choice in 2016.
Order,
and they will choose the best of
your
governments.
time is up.
They will choose the Democratic Alliance. Siyaza, we are coming.
Honorable Filtane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as the country discusses in Parliament the scourge of corruption, members of the Cabinet are either absent from the House or the few who are here are paying scant attention. But here we move. The people out there are listening. Corruption, poverty eradication, job opportunity creation, and closing the gap between the poor and the rich are permanent enemies that cannot share the same bed. It undermines the people that it renders their freedom unstable and insecure, making it impossible to achieve the kind of society envisaged in the Constitution. A quick look at the effects of corruption over the 20 years will tell you that In 1994, the ruling party contested the election under the slogan, "A better life for all." Now, the results are that it cannot be a better life for all, because that was not the case. Late Brenda Fassie put it this way, "Kuya ngokuthi ungubani, uphila nobani, udlisa kanjani, ungena kwindawo ezinjani." That's how you get to a better life for all. It had to be a better life for all. That is what the
Order,
struggle
honorable
was
members,
all
let's
about.
allow the member to be heard.
All that is, after all, this is what many went to jail for and went to exile for, with some even risking and being killed, risking their lives. In 1999, the slogan was, "Together fighting for change." But alas, cannot be presumed that this referred to the change of the lives of South Africans, especially those of women, children, and the youth, but because the results speak differently, because of corruption. While some education and health crumbles, corruption is on the rise. Whilst the fight for the so-called security upgrades in Kandla is on the high, the rest of the rural communities will live under the same and sometimes even worse conditions than they were before the dawn of democracy. Yet corruption is on the rise. 2004, the rallying cry was a people's contract to work, to create work and fight poverty. Recent results show, as pronounced in 2011, that over 30 billion per annum is lost to corruption. Corruption continues to be on the rise. We thought this was a people's contract to fight poverty. We live in dire conditions because of corruption. 2009, the slogan was, "Together we can do more." Guess what? More got rich, few got rich, more got poorer. To close it off, 2014, together we move South Africa forward. What is moving forward is the looting of the public purse at a speed higher than that of the tsunami. That is what we are experiencing. Corruption has reached a point where people of South Africa must now stand up and reclaim their freedom from the ruling elite. An element of a constituency-based electoral system.
Honorable member, your time is up.
The time to reclaim our freedom is now. Corruption is on the rise.
Agbare voorsitter, die spreker van die ANC het gesê dat hierdie debat is maar 'n opportunistiese poging van die vyande van die ANC om hulle maar net swart te smeer. Voorsitter, die Instituut vir Interne Auditeure het bevind dat die afgelope 20 jaar die staat 700 miljard rand verloor het aan staatskorrupsie. Is dit opportunisme? Nee, dis 'n skande. Besef die agbare lede dat dit basies die helfte is van die land se totale begroting wat verloor is weens korrupsie. Die president kom met elke opening van die parlement en dan spog hy om te sê wat hulle doen om korrupsie te beveg. Daar is nie minder as 7 instellings wat korrupsie moet beveg nie. Nie minder as 17 wette wat korrupsie moet voorkom nie. Maar dan vra mense jou die vraag af. As jy al hierdie instellings het, jy het al hierdie wetgewing en daar steeds nog al hierdie korrupsie, wat is fout? En dis die skande wat die regering van die dag moet antwoord. Want die hoof van die spesiale ondersoekeenheid het reeds bevind dat daar jaarliks ongeveer 30 tot 40 miljard rand van die staat se geld in korrupsie verlore gaan. Dis die swaar verdiende geld van ons mense wat moet belasting betaal en u plunder die staatskas en dit gaan net eenvoudig vir korrupsie. As ons gaan kyk byvoorbeeld na die valke wat een instelling is, sodra die valke 'n ondersoek moet doen om korrupsie te voorkom en hy begin te naby beweeg aan die eiendom van die president, dan moet die hoof van die valke ontslaan word. Dan is luitenant-generaal Dramat nie meer geskik om korrupsie te beveg nie. Wat gebeur dan? Dan kom die regering van die dag en hy wil hom 'n goue handdruk gee, hy koop hom eintlik om. Dit is eintlik verdere korrupsie, want dit is die belastingbetalers se geld wat u gebruik om 'n persoon 'n goue handdruk te gee om te sê moet asseblief nie verder gaan met jou ondersoek na korrupsie nie. So kan ons gaan kyk na die vervolgingsgesag. Daar's hoeveel instellings wat korrupsie moet beveg, maar die oomblik as hulle van die goed wil openbaar maak, dan is daar skielike omstredenheid rondom die hoof daarvan. Voorsitter, ek wil daarom nou ook vir die DA sê, hulle kom spog hier. Ek wil maar net vir u sê, daar's 'n spreekwoord wat sê, hy wat in glashuise bly, moenie klippe gooi nie. Moenie laat ons daai debat voer nie. Maar wat ek wil vir u sê, hoe maak ons hierdie ding reg? Daar's net een manier, agbare voorsitter, die ANC regering moet vervang word. Dit is al wat hierdie land sal red van korrupsie.
Order, honorable member. Honorable member Matisha.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now is the time for this parliament to accept that corruption daily destroys the people of South Africa. Hence we have, as a country, millions of our people who die daily due to unemployment, due to poverty and hunger. I mean, we talk here of more than 40% of the people of our country who are not employed. Corruption permeates state administration where kickbacks and mega contracts cannot be accounted. Just to mention a few examples. One reason for the proliferation of corruption is what is called cadre deployment, where you will have inter alia employment of spouses, etc., etc. Now, the so-called cadres are fleecing our country. 30 billion rand and perhaps even more is lost annually through irregular spending. The Public Finance Management Act is routinely bypassed, especially in the Department of Public Works. This opens the way for the massive corruption. PFMA is there, but the ruling party will not enforce it stringently. The Auditor General repeatedly brings up issues, and you know what? He has lamented the fact that no one in government really wants to tackle the thorny issues. So corruption entrenches itself. The ruling party needs corruption to survive. What is Inkandla, for example? It is a premier example of enormous corruption. Who protects it? The ruling party, of course. Who disbanded the Scorpions? The ruling party, of course. Who appointed Ellen Chabalala to a top position? The ruling party, of course. By appointing people with low ethical standards to key positions in government and the criminal justice system, the ruling party ensures that corruption can continue with benefits for the political elite. Those willing to shut their eyes, close their ears, and sacrifice their principles sit comfortably on that side. The ruling party presides unconcerned over endemic corruption, and so corruption has rooted itself deeper and deeper. The new struggle for the common people now taking shape must be the struggle against the corrupt aristocracy, living a royal and expansive life. Zuma and ANC, for as long as they lead the country, forget our country shall never go anywhere.
Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, corruption remains one of the most significant challenges to good governance, sustainable economic growth, peace, stability and development in South Africa. And whilst corruption may outrage middle and upper classes on moral grounds, it totally ravages the poor. Now, the ACDP believes that we will not be able to address systemic poverty until we address systemic corruption. And it is unacceptable as a result of the ACDP's question in the Justice Committee to the SIU As to the extent of corruption, the answer was 30 billion rand estimated per year. This is unacceptable, and it is probably only the tip of the iceberg, and greater urgency is needed. So how does one address this? We have got robust anti-corruption legislation, but the laws are not adequately enforced. We're on record as well for calling for increased internal audits, increased capacity of law enforcement agents, such as the Hawks, NPA, SIU, and the Asset Forfeiture Unit. Now, the SIU said that if they had additional capacity, they would be able to recover millions and millions of more rands that have been lost through maladministration and corruption. And we believe that is a way to start. But we also see how, it was pointed out by earlier speakers, Lieutenant General Dramat of the Hawks, how as soon as he came close to investigating issues close to politically aligned persons, he was removed. This is unacceptable. And, Chairperson, we also need to have a look, of course, at the Public Protector, a key institution in fighting corruption and maladministration. Now, it's very interesting that during the debates around in Kandla and in the Portfolio Committee, the leader of the Economic Freedom Front, the Economic Freedom Fighters, Mr. Malema, Honorable Malema, he said that he was deployed by the ANC to close the Scorpions, and that the ANC was doing the same thing to the Public Protector. Now, that is right out of the house of the ANC, and it cannot be contested. So we see, how can we speak about fighting corruption when we see this issue?
Order, Honorable Member. Honorable Swart, can you take a seat?
I meant it as a commendation, Honorable Member.
Honorable Swart, can you take a seat? What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
Yes, I want to call him to order because he's trying to...
Can you address the chair? What is your point of order, yes?
The point of order is that he's casting the aspersion about our president, that he said he's closed the Scorpion, which is not true. Because that is a...
Thank you, Honorable
He
Member.
can't prove.
We will reflect on the matter and then come back to the House. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Swart.
Chairperson, thank you. Lastly, I would
Order,
like to...
Honorable Members.
Honorable House Chair,
Honorable Member, what's your point of
may I
order?
address you?
What's the point of
The
order?
Honorable Member is casting aspersion on our leader.
Order, Honorable Member.
The
Order.
Speaker knows
Order.
very well that the leader of EFF is not in...
Honorable Member, I have asked you to hold on because I had already addressed your member on the same matter.
Honorable House Chair.
Can you allow me to finish? I said to your member who raised the same point, we would look at Hansard and come back to the House. So you won't expect me to make a ruling on the matter that you are rising on because you are rising on the same matter of casting aspersion. So that matter will be looked into and I will come back to the House to make a ruling. So we'll allow the member to continue. Honorable Swart.
House Chair.
Thank you,
Honorable House
Chairperson.
Chair.
And Chairperson, we commend civil society initiatives such as the Unite Against Corruption March, which will take place on the 23rd of September this year, mobilizing churches, civil society, trade unions, and ordinary citizens who are tired of corruption. Lastly, we would also urge members to support the Unashamedly Ethical movement in South Africa. This was founded by a member who believed that active opposition to corrupt behavior and a groundswell of public support for ethics, values, and clean living is necessary. And we would urge members to look at this and sign the pledge that is available on the Unashamedly Ethical website and thereby commit themselves to organizations to clean, ethical living and practices. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Tom.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu sihlalo obekekileyo. Lusizi lumilodwa emnqamlezweni. Ubunokude ucinge ukuba amaqela aphikisayo ayawube seyikhulele kunamhlanje nje into yokukhomba omnye esweni babe bevikela elabo iliso. Lugxeko olutheni olu olude ludale ukuba abantu bamfameke. Kodwa ke akunokothuka xa kukudala usidlamazimba. Kwimagazini ekuthiwa yiChallenge yenyanga kaMarch 1994, umfundisi uAlbert Nolan wathetha wenjenje. Cynicism is not just a matter of finding fault with everyone all the time. Cynicism scoffs and sneers at the human effort and questions the sincerity of everyone's or almost everyone's motives. It is so easy to dip into this mood of cynicism, especially when others around you indulge in it, which makes it important for us to stop and think because cynicism is a form of self-righteousness and therefore a sinfully destructive attitude of mind. Umfundisi uCredo Dola yena kule cawa iphelileyo uchilo wathi lo mkhwa wenza abantu bahlale benomsindo ngamaxesha onke. Andiqondi ke ukuba ukhona umuntu ofuna ukuhlala esilwa kuba inzima ingubo yokulwa. I-African National Congress ilwe iminyaka emininzi, idiniwe kukulwa. Chairperson, the ANC is committed to a corrupt-free society. This is in the 2014 manifesto.
On a point of order, House Chair. Point of order.
Honorable Tom, can you take your seat? Honorable member, what's your point of order?
The Speaker cannot be allowed to mislead us. The ANC president have so many counts
Order,
of corruption.
honorable member.
Yet the Speaker says the ANC is committed.
Honorable member, I stopped you because you are not rising on a point of order. It's a point of opinion. Political opinions can be debated when somebody has got an opportunity to engage in debates. Points of orders about what they are indeed referred to as point of order. Can you allow Honorable Tom to proceed? Order, Honorable Tom. Honorable Pando.
Chairperson, I apologize for interrupting Honorable Tom. However, the Honorable member of the EFF has stood up on several occasions in the House accusing members of misleading the House. That is a breach of the rules. And I do ask you, Chairperson, to look into this matter and rule on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will indeed do so. Honorable Tom, can you proceed?
Madam Chair, I rise on a point of order.
Honorable Member, what's your point of order?
It's really waste of time for a member, Honorable Naledi Pando, to rise on a point of order on a baseless reason. In that, allow me a second. She tried to deprive a member a right to speak and to on the rules that are provided in the House. So a member can rise and speak on any matter on a point of order, and even caution the chair if a member is misleading the House.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me just indicate there was no interference by Honorable Pando on a member. I ruled on your member on what she was rising on. I have said I will look into the matter and we will do so. Can you proceed, Honorable Tom?
Chair.
Honorable Tom, can you take your seat? Honorable Maxine, what's
May I
your point
address
of
you,
order?
Chair?
What's your point of order?
May I address you?
Chair. Are you rising on a point of order?
Chair, can we be treated fairly here? I'm just appealing on you as the chair. And I've been saying this, we are not the chairperson of the ANC while we are there. We are the chairperson of this house. We all belong to this house. You just switch a microphone for honorable member of EFF.
Yes, I did.
Because we are so impatient with EFF. But when Honorable Pando stood up, you allow her to finish her point. We are very biased, Chairperson. This
Honorable
is unfair.
Maxine, thank you very much. Can you take your seat? I think it would do all of us wise to listen to one another and also to listen to the chairs. Because the reason I stopped the mic of your honorable member, I explained the reason why. She was not rising on a point of order. She was making her opinion heard, which she has a right to do in a point of debate, not on a point of order. And I think I've ruled on that one, Honorable Maxine, so we can proceed with the debate. What's your point of order
Chair,
again?
My
Yes.
argument with you is that we are very impatient with her. You were supposed to allow her to finish, and then you must rule after she has spoken. But because we are very biased in this house, you are treating us as stepchildren. You don't even wait until she finishes. But when is the ANC member stood up, you allow them to speak until they finish. That is my appeal
Honorable
to you.
Maxine.
Stop doing that,
Honorable
Chair.
Maxine.
And we are respecting you very much, but you disappoint
Can you
us
please-
on each and every day.
Can you please write to the Speaker's office if you have got any concern about the manner in which this House has been run?
Chair, it won't help us if in the Speaker's
Okay,
bias.
take your seat then. Thank you. Honorable Tom, can you proceed?
The ANC is committed to a corrupt-free society, ethical behavior across society, and a government that is accountable to the people. Corruption is a broad societal problem, prevalent in both the public and the private sectors, requiring the commitment of all actors in society to eradicate it. All uxanduva ayilo xanduva lukabani, luxanduva lwethu sonke singabemi belilizwe, into yokuba silulwe. Chairperson, into esiyaziyo thina yeyokuba ngaliphi na ixesha ingakumbi xa kusondele ukhetho abantu bathi qada beze ngaphambili besiza nezinto abacimba ukuba zizawuexcita uluntu. Yenye yezinto ke lo ndaba mlonyeni wezinto abazizisa ngaphambili. Ibalulekile ke indlela esidefine ngayo i-corruption, into yoba singakhethi izinto ezithile apha kuyo, koko size nayo kakuhle ukwenzela uba wonke umntu acacelwe. Phambi kokuba sikhululeke ngo-1993 kukho imihlaba eyanikezwayo apha eWestern Cape, imihlaba eyanikezwa ebantwini ngemali engekhoyo. Umzekelo, Welcome Properties, i-value yale property 1.9 million. Kurentwa nge-4,210. Banikiwe ke into yoba sininika iminyaka engama-25 into yoba nirente ngemali engekhoyo. Eyesibini, iDal Yosafat, 11 million ixabiso lale property, irentwa namhlanje nge-5,500 rand kuphela. Uye ke ngoku kwi-fishermen's cottages, ixabiso lezi cottages 1.2 million. Kodwa ixabiso eliswe ngayo yiranti ngenyanga for iminyaka engama-25. Yintoni ke lonto? Iyafuna lento into yoba xa sithetha ngezi zinto sigqale sazi kananjalo into yokuba i-corruption le isityhutyhile sisonke makungabikho okhomba omunye embusweni avikele iso lakhe. Umbutho kaKhongolose ufike ikhona i-corruption wanza iminzame ebesezixeliwe apha ngu-Honorable Mabe into yokuba iliwe i-corruption yinto ekhoyo le esingenakuyiphikisa nakancinci. Zininzi izinto ebezisenzeka ngexesha lobandlululo ekutyiwa kuzo imali ngendlela engummangaliso, urhwaphilizo lokuqala nelokugqibela, kodwa ezo nto ingene i-ANC ezinye yazo yazinqanda. Honorable Chair, ibalulekile kakhulu into yokuba singamalungu alendlu yowiso mthetho siziqwalasele izinto ezilungileyo ezenziweyo nguKhongolose, sizichaze njengokuba sisenza ezingalunganga. Ibalulekile lonto kuba kaloku into eyenzekayo ngoku abantu nezinto bazibonayo zisenzeka bazifaka blinkers bangaboni izinto ezenzekayo ezilungileyo. Honorable Speaker, rooting out corruption is key to economic and social emancipation. The ANC is committed to undoing the effects of colonial domination, which resulted in the elements of national oppression and capitalism. And these two elements are interconnected and mutually reinforcing. And thus, untimely building a South Africa that lives up to the ideals of the Freedom Charter. We want a South Africa in which all citizens have an equal opportunity to participate in an economy that is not monopolized by a small section of the society. Abantu ke ndandiyithethile apha ekuqaleni ndiyayithetha nangoku into yoba umntu othi ufuna ukukhulula abantu kule nkululeko yingcuka eyambethe ufele lwegusha. The ANC is working very hard, Honorable Chair. We are working to eradicate the threats that are there, that are threatening governance. And these have been enumerated by Honorable Mabe. Ending corruption is possible. All it requires is honesty, integrity, and an unwavering moral compass. And to adapt a quote by Nelson Mandela, corruption is man-made, and it can be eradicated by the actions of human beings. Ndanditshilo ngaphambili ndisatsho nangoku ukuba umntu othi ufuna ukukhulula abantu kule nkululeko bakuyo ufuna ukubasa engcinizelweni. uSteve Biko kwincwadi yakhe ethi I write what I like uyayicacisa into yokuba in adopting the line of a non-racial approach, the liberals are playing their old games. They are claiming a monopoly on intelligence and moral judgment and setting a pattern and pace for the realization of black men's aspirations. They want to remain in good books with both blacks and whites. They want to shy away from all forms of extremism, condemning white supremacy as just being as bad as black power. They facilitate between the two worlds, verbalizing all complaints of the blacks beautifully, while skillfully extracting what suits them from the pool of white privilege. But ask them for a moment to give you concrete and meaningful programs that they intend adopting. Then you'll see on which side they are. Their protests are directed at finally convincing the white electorate and that the black man is also a man, and that in some future, he should be given a place in the table of the white man. Sifuna ukuthi mabalumke abantu bakuthi ezingcuka zambethe ufelelwe gusha. I-corruption yona yinto ekhoyo ekufuna sisonke siyilwe siyeke lento yokukhombana omunye akhomba omunye esweni omunye avikele iso lakhe. Ndiyabulela.
Order, honorable member, your time is up. Honorable Nchaisa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I can say once the word corruption is mentioned, everyone is feeling the heat. I'll just confine myself now to the topic, which talks about the sketch of corruption and the measures that are supposed to be taken to fight this corruption. Thank you very much. The ongoing sketch of corruption in South Africa is a matter of great concern, Honorable Chairperson. It is just a running sore that needs immediate attention. There's corruption in each and every department. The following are some of the causes of corruption: the improper tender system, the deployment of cadres under the cloak of democracy and of having suffered a lot during apartheid, nepotism, appointment of unqualified people and friends, a lack of proper leadership and management, and the existence of arrogance on the part of many, the abuse of power, the failure to observe rule of law, and the failure to uphold constitution. Those are some of the causes of corruption. If you can do away with those, then our country would be in a good position. The following should be done to combat this sketch of corruption. Let us all do away with the corrupt tender system, more especially in the municipalities. There's no need at all for a tender that a job can be done by the government officials. Then now you issue a tender. Let those officials do the work. If a tender is to be issued, there must be a tender board composing of all the relevant stakeholders and the beneficiaries in particular. There must be efficient and effective monitoring and evaluation. I'm just talking about the measures that should be taken to put an end to this corruption. Cadre deployment should now be a history. Only those that qualify for the job should be appointed. The government should get rid of the employment of the relatives. Government work should not be a family matter, but a community and a national matter. In order to take South Africa forward and fight corruption, we need true leaders who can be trusted at all times, even in the absence of these very monitors. The arrogance on part of those in power is a matter of great concern. It cannot be correct, Honorable Chairperson, for those in power to arrogantly do something simply because they cannot be challenged successfully. Democracy does not mean the exclusion
Your time is up,
minority.
honorable member. Honorable Mbinda.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. The PAC notes this motion and looks at it from two paradigms. The first one is that there is an increase in the exposure of corruption. Secondly is that corruption is inherent in the system. On the first paradigm, you note elements like Nkandla that have been discussed a lot in this House, the Public Protector's report on PRASA, the 37,000 ghost of employees in Northwest, the killing of tenders in Mpumalanga, and many others. So corruption is really there, and it is large, but it is not a new phenomenon. The Auditor General's reports are littered with fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This magnitude of corruption will definitely destroy this nation. Looking at the evidence before us, if we limit our experience on mainstream media, you will definitely say that corruption is increasing, but that is an artificial picture. The real picture lies in the other perspective. The perspective that says that the capitalist system itself is corrupt and it brews corruption. Most of corrupt practices are actually legislated and look very legal. What drives corruption lies in a Gini coefficient which explains the difference in society. South Africa sits among the highest in discrepancies of economic distribution, standing at 65 on a scale of 100, means that the inequalities are extremely high. You do not get this phenomenon in the developed nation. You find it in a colonial setup, which means that South Africa remains a family colonial state. This difference and inequality drives crimes in the country. The value system that we have adopted are corrupt themselves. The solution, as the PAC sees it, a revolution, a total transformation of our value system, a change in the economic distribution. In the new value system, we need to put people before profit, then hold the state accountable for this primary objective, and hold officials accountable for these things. Lastly, we need to make effect of the blacklisting databases for corrupt officials, companies, and directors. And then if you still want to know if the PAC is as strong, you must ask the EFF per university.
Order, Honorable Member. Honorable Godi, is he in the House? Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I think it's an absolute disgrace that the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts is not in this debate today, but clearly he got another brown envelope told to stay away from the debate today. But I think it's even more disgusting to see the ANC benches. And it seems that we're going to have to start bringing more and more motions of no confidence, because that's the only way we get the ANC members of parliament here in the benches to come and do their job. Completely empty today. The noted academic Arvind Jain, who wrote a seminal article on corruption, said this, and I quote, "Recent studies on impact of corruption indicate that its effects tend to reverberate throughout an economy rather than be confined to specific corruption-based transactions. Corruption seems to affect the level of investment, entrepreneurial incentives, and the design or implementation of rules and regulations regarding access to resources and assets within a community." Close quote. And nowhere is this more prevalent in the housing application lists around the country. We see there's no transparent waiting lists, and ANC councillors use these housing opportunities as a way to get personal power within their communities. There's no allocation processes, and very often, rather than the houses going to people who actually deserve them, they actually go to family members and friends of the African National Congress. And many citizens who deserve these opportunities are denied them on a daily basis. The same goes with expanded public works program jobs, where it's only those connected to the ANC cadres who can access it. Many, again, family and friends of ANC councillors. The same with tenders. Now, I thought it was quite interesting that the Honourable Mabe was able to come up here today. And let's not forget, the Honourable Mabe is the chair of the Standing Committee on the Portfolio Committee of Public Service and Administration. And she spoke at great lengths today about the Public Service Commission. But you know what? She also said, if I remind you, that we must all respect and uphold the Public Service Commission's findings. The Public Service Commission came to her committee a little while ago and asked for more powers because their reports are continuously ignored. And the Honourable Mabe said, no, we're not going to give you more powers, you've got enough. She spoke about the hotline. What she doesn't tell you is that the National Anti-Corruption Hotline, only 36% of 14,149 cases of suspected corruption in 2013 and 14 have been closed. Now, if you're going to come here and tell me that's an achievement, then I really despair for you. So essentially what you've done is rendered the Public Service Commission, which you laud as an achievement, as a toothless body with no enforcement powers whatsoever. And this happened on your watch. Now, she also says that the ANC have always advanced the moral high ground, the highest moral standards. Clearly, and I hope the Chief Whip's paying attention, Honourable Mabe hasn't done her reading ahead of the National General Council that's coming up. Because under the heading of organisational challenges in your own documents, under the heading factionalism and money politics, it says the critical weaknesses here are sapping the very core of your organisation. There hasn't been a systematic campaign to root this out. And here's the killer punchline. In their own document, many of the acts of corruption in government derive from party dynamics. Well, if that is an admission, I don't know. She blamed everybody else. She blamed everybody else in the country for corruption. I kept thinking, oh, Jan van Riebeck was going to come out for a last hurrah here as well, because he seems to be to blame for a lot of things in South Africa. The Honourable Tom as well, you know, she comes up here, tries to give us an academic lecture. I thought she was in the Heritage Day debate. I didn't know she was talking about corruption, but nonetheless, made some points there. What she doesn't tell you is that she is the former MEC of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture in the Eastern Cape. And do yourself a favour and go and have a look at some of the Auditor General's reports of her department when she was MEC. They read like a horror story, colleagues. And yes, we are angry. We are angry because we're angry that state resources are being plundered on a daily basis. We're angry that our citizens are being robbed of opportunities and are homeless and hungry. And if that doesn't make you angry, Honourable Tom, then I don't know what should. The truth is that the ANC don't want the Scorpions. They don't want the Public Protector. They don't want a strong Public Service Commission. They don't want a competent Police Commissioner. They don't want an independent Director of National Public Prosecutions, because they know that if we have those strong institutions and they are strengthened and given the power that they deserve, many of the comrades on this side of the House will be sitting on the wrong side of the bars.
Honourable Bongo.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, one of the greatest theoreticians and a revolutionary, an icon of the struggle of the liberation of the people of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, Amilcar Cabral, when talking about the truth and lies, had this to say, and I quote, "Hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies, expose lies whenever they are told, mask no difficulties, mistakes fail us, and claim no easy victory." Honourable Chair, in 1990, the Auditor General released a very damning report in the House of the Representatives, where he claimed that millions of rand had been misused and stolen by the then government. He had made an assertion that corruption was structural and endemic. Now, when the African National Congress took over government in 1994, it brought all sorts of legislation that we can think about. It brought all sorts of offices that the opposition today is speaking about. It's only the African National Congress that is serious in dealing with the issue of corruption. Only the African National Congress manifesto, out of all the manifestos that we have seen, has prioritized the issue of corruption. We are saying the corruption is the enemy of the state and government, and only the African National Congress is saying that. Out of the 82 years that we have spent fighting for the liberation struggle, we have managed to put all systems in place to make sure that we deal with this matter of corruption. Now, I hear Honorable Madisha speaking about corruption. I was a bit embarrassed, because what made him to leave the liberation movement was the very issue of bags that he was carrying all over the show. So, Honorable Madisha, you must stand on a moral high ground when you deal with these issues. Now, the African National Congress does welcome the criticism that comes from the opposition parties about these issues, public protector and all others. But all we have requested, General, from the public protector was that the reports must be fair, they must be justifiable and above board. So to come here as an opposition party and want to defend a Chapter 9 institution as if you have created it, it creates problem because these things belong to the African National Congress. The pettiness that is displayed by the DA in dealing with the issues of corruption is very disturbing to us as the African National Congress. And the issue of coming to the stage every time speaking about the president and corruption is very wrong. And not only wrong, but wrong to the extreme. First of all, the leader who has brought this motion here, I thought he would be here by today to discuss this matter. He needs to respect the president of the ANC. When President Zuma was co-opted in the National Executive Committee in 1977, he was not even born himself. The credential for President Zuma has served since 1977 in the NEC, uninterruptedly so until today. That shows credibility of the leader. Who are you today to can come and say the leader and so on, young as you are? Now let's come to the DA in the Western Cape. We have appointed Vusi Pikoli in the Western Cape here as a payback for the work that he has done on the controversial issue of Khayelitsha. It's a payback which is amounting to corruption. That's what we're doing. So you can't stand on a high moral ground than the African National Congress and speak about issues of corruption. The city of Cape Town, one council of DA in the city of Cape Town is using letterheads there for own selfish interest. You see? So, and you want to come and stand on the ANC on these issues. Your former boss, Helen Zille, had thanked the Guptas for a money given for a good project. And we don't know how much, what was that money for? You still did not tell us what was that money for. And you want to stand and talk about corruption here. In the EFF, on a daily basis, as we speak, police are investigating an allegation of fraud against top EFF officials, including the leader, Mr. Malema, and his deputy, Floyd Shivambu. For party caucus issues.
On a point of order, Chair.
Order. Honorable member, what's your point of order?
Can you call the member to order? Now is misleading. And we're not going to accept any stories of say I didn't hear. That guy is misleading the House. There's no such thing. You must give us a case number. You must stop lying here. You must not do that.
Thank you, honorable member. Can you take a seat?
Well,
honorable
thanks,
member.
Chair. Maybe it will be time to address...
Order, honorable member. When we deal with issues that cast aspersion on members, we are supposed to bring those with a substantive motion. Can you please move on your speech? And if you want to bring a matter on substantive motion, you bring it to the House as it is supposed to.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe it will be
Order, honorable member, I haven't finished.
No. You must withdraw.
Honorable member, I haven't finished.
No, he can't move. He must withdraw. Please.
Honorable members, you must, as you request to, you ask me to listen to you until you finish, but you are not willing to listen to me until I finish. I have not finished my ruling. So, thank you very much for your understanding. Honorable Pongo, can you please withdraw until you bring that matter on a substantive motion to the House?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Maybe
Can you withdraw?
It is time, I withdraw, Chair. Maybe it is time to deal with this issue of the disruption that is caused by the EFF in the House. As we move around addressing members of the ANC and the public, they always ask us, why are you not getting to these guys? Then what we always say is that because as the ANC, we have a responsibility to lead society and lead them. That is why we will always try to tolerate them. But secondly, 90% of members of the ANC this side have been trained in terms of military, both inside and outside the country. If we're to
Order,
move this
honorable
side,
member,
we will
honorable
just
member, honorable Bongo.
crush them into smithereens.
Order, Honorable Bongo. Can you please come back to the matter under discussion?
Sorry, Madam House Chair.
Order, Honorable Steenhuisen.
Thanks very much, House Chair. House Chair, this is a chamber of debate. And when one member makes threats of physical violence against other members and military violence, it's inappropriate and it tends to suppress the debate. And I would ask that he withdraws those threats of violence against members on the side of the House.
Thank you, Honorable Steenhuisen, and that's why I asked the Honorable member to refrain and come back to the matter under debate, because that was straying away from the debate. Honorable
order,
Bata,
Chair.
what is your point of order?
My point of order, Chair, is as follows. The honorable member also must know that 16% of his fellow members, they are former SPs.
Order, Honorable member. Again, Honorable Mbata, you are casting aspersion on the members. You haven't mentioned them. I think let's refrain from that. Honorable Bongo, can you please come back to the matter under debate?
Thank you, Chair. What I'm trying to say, Chair, was that the issue of corruption is at the heart of the African National
Order,
Congress.
Honorable Watts.
May I address
Walters, yes.
Thank you. Chairperson, the Honourable Chief Whip just raised a very serious issue. The Honourable member speaking raised issue of violence against
point of
members
order.
on this side of House.
Point
And
of
he should
order.
withdraw
Honourable
that
Chair.
before he...
Point of order.
I'm on the floor.
Honorable Chief Whip, let me finish to
I've been
listen to the
openly
member. I will come
recognised.
back to you. Honorable Chief Whip, can you take your seat? I will come back to you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really appreciate that. The Honourable Chief Whip raised the issue of the Honourable member making threats against members on this side of the House with military action. And he should withdraw that before he continues with his speech.
Honorable Waters, I did indicate to you that I have asked the member to refrain from that speech. Actually, I intervened. Order, honorable members. I intervened on the member while he was speaking, even before Honorable Steenhuisen made a point of order. Can I take Honorable Chief Whip?
I really commend you very much. Your patience is very good. Honorable Steenhuisen, you have already made a ruling directing Honorable Bongo to withdraw from behaving the manner in which he did. And he stands up to give you an instruction. And you tell him that you have already instructed Honorable Bongo. Honorable Waters tells you to listen to his boss as if he is your boss. And I really would never allow a kind of situation
Honorable
where
Chief Whip.
these members instruct us.
Honorable
You
Chief
cannot
Whip.
instruct us.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members.
That's
Order.
an instruction. You
Order.
cannot.
Honorable Chief Whip, can you take your seat? Honorable members. Honorable members,
Chair,
can we please
I rise
take
on a
our
point
seats?
of order.
Honorable member, what is your point of order?
Look, Madam Chair, we can of course be as combative as the Chief Whip of the ANC, but please restrain him, and so that you can rule and so that you can rule on a member who's on the platform, Honorable Bongo, that he must retract the threats that he has just made. That's the only request we're making. That's the only request we are
Thank you,
making, that
honourable
you
member.
instruct him to retract and apologize.
Thank
so
you
that
very
we can
much.
proceed.
Can you take your seat? Thank you very much. Honorable members, Honorable Bongo, in his speech, indeed made a comment. Order, honorable members. Mam Kawul, ngiyabonga. Honorable Bongo made in his speech, Honorable Maxine, Honorable Maxine, thank you very much. In his speech, he made a reference of what he and others are being asked outside about their conduct in reference to the behavior of other members in the House.
and he elaborated that they indicated that their role is to lead society and to lead those members. He further said that amongst here, there are members who have been trained militarily. Okay, we can put the percentage that there are members who are trained militarily, and therefore, if they were to act, it would not be correct. At that point, I interjected and asked the member to refrain. I said he must refrain from that because, firstly, it was unparliamentary. Secondly, it was out of the debate, and I asked him to come back. Honorable Steenhuisen stood up, made the reference that such a statement is indeed unparliamentary. It's a threat of violence that affects the openness for other members to be able to participate openly in the debate. I indicated I had already asked the member to refrain. Honorable Waters rather, asked that the member be asked to withdraw. Honorable Chief Whip did the same. Honorable members, I'm deliberately enunciating this long process so that all of us can appreciate what has happened in this debate. Clearly, members would want Honorable Pongo to publicly again said he withdraw. I will ask him, can you please withdraw that statement, Honorable Pongo, as you have done already? You can do it.
No, but Chair, I want to know exactly what I must withdraw because...
Honorable member, Honorable Pongo, in your statement, I think the reference you made vis-a-vis the military training borders on threatening.
But it's a matter of fact that majority of the members of the AC are for
Honorable member,
it's just a matter
Honorable
of fact.
member Pongo, Honorable member Pongo, Honorable member Pongo, can you please withdraw so that we proceed with the debate?
Okay, I withdraw.
Thank you. Can you proceed with your debate?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mulder will agree with me. Honorable Mulder will agree with me, Chair, that there is a damning report from the Public Protector about the DA ran municipality in Midvaal. A report which says that Midvaal is probably the most corrupt municipality in South Africa. There is a report about the maladministration and corruption that is taking place there. Hence, we're emphasizing as the African National Congress that all opposition parties must look at our manifesto because they don't have manifestos.
Order, honorable member. Honorable member.
Sorry, will the honourable member take a question on the statement he's just made?
Honorable Pongo, would you be able to take a question on the statement of the municipality of Midvaal?
Yes, I will take a question.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, it would be useful if you came and made a speech based on facts.
Question, Chair. Question.
Order, Honorable Pongo.
I'm getting to the question. Can you, let me get straight to the
Chair,
question.
you must protect me. I want the question.
Order, Honorable member. You said you will take a question.
Can you outline exactly what that report said and how it compares to all of the other reports of corruption in ANC-governed municipalities? Thank you.
Honorable Pongo, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Honorable House Chair.
Order, honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
May I address you?
Yes, you can.
And through you, the member who just made a statement that political parties do not have manifestos. As for the EFF, we do have a manifesto. And when we take over government in 2019, we will show you that indeed we can deliver up to the expectations of the poor masses of South Africa.
Thank you very much. Honorable Pongo, you can proceed.
Thank you. That will be when Jesus Christ has came, Sesi. Honorable Chair, the EFF cannot stand here and speak about corruption when its leader Honorable Malema is owing
Order,
16
Chair.
million
Order.
in
Order.
taxes.
Point of order, Chair.
Order, honorable members. Honorable member.
I think we have.
Honorable
we have-
Maxine, can you please take your seat?
I think we have honorable members.
Honorable
here.
member of the EFF, there was a member whom I've pointed out to speak. Thank you. Yes, honorable
Thank
member.
you, Chair. Ma'am, I asked the member a specific question. Could you please outline exactly what that report says and how it compares to other reports on ANC municipalities? He has not answered that, and I'd like an answer.
Thank you, honorable member.
Yes,
Sorry, honorable Pongo.
myself and him
Honorable
and,
Pongo.
and honorable Mulder
Honorable
will
Pongo.
discuss after the house.
Honorable
about that.
Pongo.
Sit down.
I'm taking a point of order, honorable member.
Honorable Chair,
Yes.
this member again is talking lies. He's saying our president is involved in corruption with SARS. And those are lies. He must withdraw. And again, you must clarify that issue of violence. That when you don't have the capacity of
Order,
violence.
honorable member.
You are just an extension of
Order.
PD.
Honorable
So,
member.
but no capacity of violence.
Order.
You must withdraw that quickly.
Honorable member, you are now straying again on matters that are matters of debate. Honorable Pongo, did you say Honorable Malema is involved in corruption with SARS?
I never said so. I said he's owing up to 16 million of taxes with SARS. That is a matter of fact. I never said corruption. You'll figure out whether it's corruption or what.
Honorable member, did you say it or you didn't?
I did not say it.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
Maxine?
I'm rising on a point of order.
Yes,
We are
honorable
sick and tired of Bongo now. We are sick and tired. You want to warn him.
Honorable member.
No, wait, Chair. Bongo, CIC is not your friend. If you belong to the Premier League, you don't have a license to undermine our CIC. If you don't follow news, you must know that CIC does not owe a cent.
Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members.
Thank you,
Honorable member on the podium, can you please stick on your topic, on your speech?
Thank you, Chair. You'll also
Chair.
recall that they can't speak on this subject.
Honorable
because
member.
They've suspended
Order, honorable
Mutitama
member.
and Lisville Chabalala
Honorable Pongo.
because of exposing corruption.
Order.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable member, Honorable Pongo.
He must withdraw that.
Honorable Pongo.
CIC also
Order,
is not
honorable
true.
member. I'm addressing the member on the podium. Can you take your seat? Can you please take your seat? You will be recognized. For now, take your seat. Honorable Pongo, I have asked you repeatedly to please stick on your speech. You have been asked by a member that you'll answer the question you said you would. He feels you haven't answered your question. Can you please respond to that? Secondly, can you please stick on the matter under debate? Honorable honorable member, Honorable Shlengwa.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to trivialize the debate. I would ask you, Chair, to go back to Hansard and to check whether the comments being made by Honorable Bongo with regards, I'm not talking to you, with regards to Jesus Christ, I find that flippant comment to be offensive as a Christian and to be blasphemous.
Order, honorable members.
Chair,
Order.
And I ask you, Chair, to go to Hansard and to check on that and make a considered ruling, because I feel that the comments that is made are unparliamentary. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member of the EFF.
Chair, we want to ask the member to withdraw that statement of 16 million. It's not true. There's no such thing. That is wrong. It's lies. You must stop continuing to do that.
Order, honorable member.
Please, now.
Honorable members, firstly, I asked whether Honorable Honorable Bongo, as it was alleged, whether he mentioned that Honorable Malema is corrupt, as it was referred to, and he said no. All what he said was that Honorable Malema is owing SARS 20 million. Honorable members, can you please allow the chair to once again ask Honorable Bongo the question? Honorable Pongo. Matter under debate, the point of order is that, well, there's a dispute whether Honorable Malema owes SAR 16 million.
But the member was saying they've already paid it, Chair.
Can I ask that we are allowed as the table to deal with this matter? Can you proceed with your speech?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Madam
In
Chair.
2011,
Madam Chair,
Order, Honorable Member.
so we've got unreserved respect for you and for your authority. But for once, can you please put your foot firm on the ground so that there can be progress, and ask the honorable member, I don't know why should we refer to him as honorable. Can you please ask him to retract his words about the president of the EFF so that we can move on?
Order. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Firstly, there was an issue with regard to his statement that was inferring and casting aspersion on the member of the EFF, Honorable Malema. I asked him, he denied. Indeed, you asked us to check on Hansard. Secondly, the member has mentioned that Honorable Malema owes 16 million. You have asked that that matter is not correct, so it's a matter under dispute which will follow up as the table, and I've said so.
On a point of order.
So I don't know what firmness you want us to deal with in respect of these matters. You can, yes?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the request we're making is be firm. Tell him to withdraw. And say, because he keeps on making aspersions about the president of the EFF. He now alleges that a member of the EFF says the 16 million has been paid by the EFF. So if you can't
Honorable
stop him,
Member.
Madam Chair, if you can't stop him from making such irresponsible utterances, it will be difficult for us to allow him to continue to address. Otherwise, he has long exceeded his allocated time. Can you please instruct him to leave?
He has not. Honorable Member,
So
thank
unless
you
if
very
he
much.
apologizes, he cannot
Can you
continue to
take your
speak.
seat? Can you please
We ought
take
to
your
be
seat?
clear about that.
Can you also take your seat so that we are clear about it too? Unfortunately, when there are matters of debate and there are dispute on facts, you can ask the chair to rule one way or the other. It is for that reason that you reserve your ruling as a chair. And that's exactly what I said I would do. So it's not that he's right or he's wrong. I've said I will look in the matter and I will come back to the House at an appropriate time to rule. So I think let's respect that. Honorable Member, your question indeed has not been answered. I think for the sake of time, let's proceed. Maybe you will be answered the next time.
Could I be heard on a point of order, Madam Chair?
Okay, we are now rising on a point of order, not on the question.
Well, Chair, it's emphatically clear that he has no intention of answering my question after he accepted the question. And frankly, it's also emphatically clear he hasn't read the report that he refers to. So I think he should withdraw that comment as well. His speech, Madam Chair, is frankly an embarrassment to him and to his party today.
Order, Honorable Member. Honorable Bongo, for the last chance, you have been asked whether you'll take a question you agreed. And a question has been asked. Would you respond to that answer, to the question as asked?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I have agreed to take the answer, the question. But looking at my minutes here, I'm saying I'm inviting him outside so that I can give a comprehensive answer in the report.
Order.
I found that to be an answer.
Order. Honorable Member, I think it will be important next time. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I think next time, honorable members, all of us, when we make a commitment to people that we will take their questions while on the podium, we should do so. If not, we should not accept that we should do. Honorable Member, can you please conclude on your speech?
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable House Chair. May I address you?
Okay, yes, member.
Before the honorable member can continue, let me just make one thing clear that irrespective of whether the president of the EFF is present in this house or not, we will continue to protect him. He had his day in court. Unlike your President Zuma, who is running away from
Thank
the
you,
court of
honorable
South
member.
Africa. Our president had his day in court.
Honorable member, I don't think that's a point of order. We have indicated that on the matter that is under dispute, I will come back and rule in this house. Honorable Pongo, can you please conclude your speech?
Yes, I must conclude.
Honorable Chair, point of order.
What is your point of
The
order?
Speaker has referred to Honorable Makau's SCC. He must withdraw that. That's not CC.
Honorable member, did you say Sisi?
Yes, you said Sisi.
Okay, Honorable
House
Makau,
Chair,
can
and
you
I'm
please
not
take a
Sisi.
seat? Honorable Makau, can you please take a seat? Honorable member, did you say Sisi?
Yes, I did say
Can you
this.
please say honorable member?
I withdraw, honorable member.
Thank you.
Chairperson.
Honorable Mtembu?
On a point of order,
Yes, Honorable Mtembu.
the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Zuma, did not run away from any court of law. Therefore, there is no truth in what is being said by Honorable Makau.
Thank you, honorable
None.
member. Can you take your seat? Honorable Bongo, can you please conclude your speech?
Relating to what I raised earlier in about 1990, in 2011, the Premier of the Western Cape was exposed by awarding a multi-million rand tender on communication without following a proper procedure and
Honourable
regulation.
Chairperson.
In 2012, questions were raised
Honourable member.
about the
Yes, honorable member.
Will the honourable member take a question on that statement?
Honorable member, would you like to take question?
outside.
No, now.
Order.
Now.
Honorable member, can you take your seat? Honorable Bongo, can you please conclude?
In 2012, questions were raised about the deal between the media group NASPAS and the city of Cape Town, in which DA municipality intended to buy a piece of parking space from a media firm. At an independent property valuation, the property was 50 million, but the city was prepared to pay 106 million. It is clear that the value was highly inflated. We wonder who stood to benefit out of this. In July this year, the mayor of Cape Town and the DA leader at the Western Cape, Ms. Delille, was exposed by Mail and Guidance for apparently corrupt campaign to put management of the project to develop public space on a scenic Clifford style in the land of her close friends and associates. Recently, the city of Cape Town has lost a court case involving 113.5 million for sewer treatment plant. And when they were asked whether they will appeal this, they said they can't appeal because there were no facts, because they followed no procedure in dealing with this matter, Honorable Chair. So I want to call upon, as the ANC, all political parties to work with us.
Order, honorable member. Honorable member.
The honourable member literally has not a single idea what he is talking about.
What is your point of order?
Will he take a question on the nonsense he is talking now?
I think the member has said he would answer the questions outside.
No, this is a new question on what he's just said now.
Order, honorable member. I think we really should respect the time. All of us, surely the truth also must be respected, and that's why the member had said earlier to you, he will answer you outside. He doesn't have time. Can you please conclude?
We as the ANC want to call upon all opposition parties to work with us in dealing with this scourge of corruption. We want to call upon all opposition parties to work with us and look at our manifesto priorities around the issue of corruption so that we can deal with it to the root of it, so that we can work together and build South Africa for the people of South Africa and for the future generation of South Africa. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Van Damme.
Thank you, Honorable
Chairperson, you know, it's so painful every day to read of corruption stories involving the ANC. It's embarrassing for us as South Africans. So I was hoping today that the ANC speakers would come and talk to us about how, firstly, owning up to the fact that corruption is a big problem in government, and then giving us details of how corruption will be dealt with. Instead, speaker after speaker from the ANC came and stood up and spoke a lot of hot air. I mean, Mabe said, Honorable Mabe, the Honorable Leader of Castle Corner, came up here and said the ANC inherited an ethos of corruption. Nobody denies that apartheid was a corrupt system, but it was not the apartheid government that built Nkandla. It was not the apartheid government that took 10 women on a joyride on a Prasa train. It was not the apartheid government that dealt with
On a point of order,
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Van Dam here.
Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Yes, honorable member, what's the point of order?
This honorable member here says that there's a castle corner here. What castle corner?
If you say there isn't one, why are you standing up then? If there isn't one, why are you standing?
Order.
And we do
Honorable
not-
Van Damme.
And we do.
Can you please withdraw that? It's unparliamentary.
I withdraw Castle Corner.
Honorable Van Damme, can you please withdraw?
I withdraw.
Thank you. Can you proceed with your speech?
And then there was Honorable Tom, whose speech was just a smorgasbord of quotes. I wasn't quite sure what point she was making, but I got the sense that she was very sad that the DA is finding fault and that we're always angry. That's what we're here to do. We're here to hold government accountable. Be strong. And then there was Honorable Bongo. How? Ngosiamo Bongo. Umkhwenyana we-EFF, who was supposed to be here to be the sweet.
Honorable member, can you withdraw that? Can you please withdraw that?
I withdraw Mkhwenyana. Honorable Bongo was supposed to come here and sweep for the ANC, but it was like sweeping with a broken old mop. This is a man who clearly has no understanding of the law. I mean, this is the man who said the public protector should refrain from making adverse statements about the government because she is part of government. Chap, you must familiarize yourself with this document. You must read it. You don't know what you are talking about. The point is, Honorable Chairperson, South Africa has given the ANC more than 21 years to tackle corruption. Instead, it continues to allow some amongst them to continue to practice politics of the stomach. The rot has unfortunately sunk in too deep, and there is no possibility of redemption. The ANC, South Africa can no longer wait for the ANC to improve because it will
Honorable
not.
member, your time
It is
is
time
up.
for South Africa to tell the ANC,
Honorable
so
members.
long and thanks for all the fish.
This concludes the debate and the business for the day. The House is adjourned.